Good morning, everybody. We're going to call the transportation meeting to order now at 10 o'clock on Monday, March 18th, but we will be immediately going into recess for caucuses. Thanks.
Samuel,
How's it going, Representative? How are you?
good, thank you. How are you?
So the Dems are currently going into caucus. I can resend you the Zoom link for that one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because I did not see it in my list of emails. Thank you so much, Samuel.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Look out for my email. Senator Gaston, how are you doing?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Transportation Committee for today. On our agenda, we have a number of items receiving final action. We expect this to be a pretty robust committee meeting with a lot of active conversation about important issues before us. I'd like to remind everyone that just because yesterday was St. Patrick's Day doesn't mean that the Kennedys and the O'Days and the Carneys of the world have the only good ideas. So we don't need to follow them. Just like that's not how St. Patrick's Day works. You're not required to follow Kennedy and O'Day and Carney. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But with that, I want to start for us. The JF meetings are the culmination of our work. We finish hopefully on Wednesday, on Friday if necessary. But it really does represent a lot of work that goes into this behind the scenes to get a number of bills heard, screened, and before you for final consideration today. The nature of the process in a short session is challenging in that we have a lot of work to do in a very short period of time. I like to remind folks there's only about a month and a half left in this session. The number of bills before us that we have to work on before we can ever put them on the floor of the House or Senate is remarkable. And it only happens because this committee historically and hopefully moving forward works in a very bipartisan, open, transparent way where good ideas are not left on the table just because they come from my ranking members or from even staff, frankly. And so we have a lot of work ahead of us. This is the first of 2, maybe 3 meetings that we'll have to discuss these issues. But behind the scenes in screening with our team, we'll continue to work on all of these issues. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and just happy to be here this morning. We do have a robust agenda, so I'm keeping it short. Welcome, everybody. I look forward to good discussion today. Thanks.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your words and commentary and how this committee works. The ranking and the chairs have worked collaboratively together in some very, very difficult issues. And I hope that as we have this committee meeting and articulate votes and questions and answers that we conducted in the highest of respect for our colleagues, but also raising relevant points that we've been able to assess and garner from public hearings and feedback from people that we represent. But nevertheless, I think it's important for us to work as a collective leadership group to say that perhaps some bills may be voted on yay or nay, but it continues to be a work in progress if we get the commitment from the chairs to continue toward that goal. And I look forward to being able to continue toward that goal as well. So I look forward to this vote and the discussions that ensue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we do have a very robust agenda before us today with a lot of items that are sensitive. So my 3/4 Italian to my 1/4 Irish will speak passionately to many things that are so important to all of us, especially all of our constituents surrounding safety and health and the welfare of all our residents of the state of Connecticut. So I look forward to a good discussion today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think that's a good way to start it off. Like transportation committee meetings generally are a little bit more engaging. They're not necessarily partisan driven vote totals because ultimately the issues on our agenda touch every resident of our state at some point in time in their lives, oftentimes every day of their lives. And so it keeps these conversations very topical, on point, and respectful, frankly, because we all know we come to the table with a very shared experience of operating on our roadways, operating behind major vehicles, and thinking about transportation policy and how it can better move the people of our state. So it keeps it pretty engaging. So with that all being said, we're going to kick this off with SB 277. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion being made by Senator Cohen, seconded by Senator Wong. Discussion on this one should be pretty clear. It's a very simple bill that requires Department of Transportation to restore service on Shoreline East Rail Line by July 1 of 2024. The same level that existed prior to the service reduction that was due to COVID-19 and the civil preparedness emergency that the governor declared. For point of reference, Shoreline East is the only rail line that has not received that level of service return since COVID-19. This seeks to restore to that original level. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And it's no secret that I am largely in favor of this bill, greatly in favor of this bill, I should say. I was incredibly disappointed last year on this portion of the budget, which dramatically cut back service on Shoreline East. Making it impossible for commuters up and down the shoreline, as well as students and those recreating, just looking to take part in our robust tourism industry, and just across the board, really disappointed that we needed to take that route, based on recommendations coming out of the governor's office. So I'm hopeful, based on the public hearing, that we recognize what an important service Shoreline East is to the state of Connecticut, for not only environmental reasons, making sure we get as many cars off the road as possible, but for quality of life of our residents. Really shaving time off the commute, allowing those residents up and down the shoreline to get themselves out of traffic, get themselves in our public transportation network, and get them the connectivity and efficiency that they so deserve. And so I'm looking forward to passing this out of committee today. I'm really hopeful for support. Again, we heard overwhelmingly during the public hearing that this is a service that residents across the state of Connecticut really desire. They want to see a full restoration, deserve a full restoration. As we've given so many other lines across the state of Connecticut. So again, I'm hopeful that we can pass this out of committee, continue the discussion, and see ultimate passage by way of inclusion in our state budget revisions this year. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, for your advocacy and tireless work on behalf of this, and making sure people understand the opportunities that we're giving up by not returning full service to Shoreline East. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Cohen, for your initiative on this, as many of your constituents are impacted. But I'll be supporting this bill because, for me, it is renewing a focus on mass transit support. Our rail commuter system takes cars off the roads, and I dare say that when we went through the budgetary process, I had a part in our Senate Republican budget proposal to fully fund our mass transits, and unfortunately that did not come to be, and here we are. And as I say, I'm in support of the shoreline. I also want to renew the support for all of our rail lines, from the Springfield to Hartford to the Metro North, from New Haven to New York, and all of our subspurs to Danbury and to Waterbury. These are critical mass transit initiatives that we as a legislative body should support, not only from a standpoint of ridership, but also financially. So I will rise in support of this Shoreline East initiative, but I offer that we need to make a renewed commitment to financing and supporting and increasing ridership and reliability and safety on our rails to ensure we get people off the roads, reduce air pollution and fossil fuel utilization, and most importantly, be able to support an integral line of economic and quality of life initiatives. So I'll rise in support, but I also throw a bit of caution to this, is the fact that we're living in a world of budgetary caps in spending and bonding, and I believe this is a bill that has some financial implications that will be going to appropriations. I understand appropriations as a similar bill. I'm not sure if it has to go to finance, but nevertheless, we're up against a constraint of a budget that did make these cuts, and it's unfortunate, but we're going to have to evaluate the financial implications. Great ideas may not always get funded. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. And that's exactly right. Yes, this will likely lead to the Appropriations Committee after here. They deal with the actual day-to-day operations budget for the state of Connecticut through the STF. And that will ultimately be a conversation informed by this committee's approval of this as a priority for the state. And so I do appreciate your support of it, showing that we do have bipartisan support for restoring Shoreline East service. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Zawistowski, followed by Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good ranking member summed it up pretty well. We want to look at all of our rail services, but this is important to get our Shoreline East back up and running. I have Metro North pretty much in my area. And we talk about a lot of the connectivity. You want to, wherever you're getting to, you want to make sure you can get back as well. So there is a bit of a fiscal note on this, but we're going to look at it, examine it, and we'll talk about where we go from there. But I do support this coming out of committee today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Representative Kennedy. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some serious reservations about this bill. Shoreline East is very heavily subsidized, well over $100 per ride. I think the governor's number was $132. We subsidize all of our public transit, but this is well in excess of anything else. The proponents have come in and said, if full service, they will get ridership if full service is put back in. I'm not of the, if you build it, they will come school of public transit, I guess. But there's a good chance that that with the right planning, that the amount of ridership could go up. But unless there's a clear plan in place to be able to increase the ridership on this, or even increase the fares, it's really very hard to justify this level of subsidy to taxpayers. But that being said, this is not the last stop on the line for this bill. There's still a ways to go, and I will be supporting it out of committee. But beyond this point, it would take quite a bit to be able to earn my yes vote on it. But today I will be a yes. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I do think that's an important consideration of this is like, how do you make responsible investments in transit lines? And it should be data informed, and there should be ability for, I think, this line to prove its advocates to come to fore. And I think they have over the last year. I think the threat to the line and the reduction in service has allowed advocates to chart out a different path and different future for this line in a really productive, positive way. And you're seeing community leaders all along Shoreline East introduce housing proposals and really push towards densifying in and around their transit stations and really imagining a different future for this line. So I'm excited by the conversation that this has engendered. Sadly, it came with a reduction in service before we really started paying attention to the full needs of the line. So I do thank you for your comments. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everyone on this committee probably agrees that we need to invest robustly in our public transport system, and that we also need to balance considerations of cost and be judicious and prudent with how we spend the taxpayers' money. I have difficulty justifying my yes vote from myself on the bill today, so long as the numbers are that every single ride on Shoreline East is subsidized by the taxpayer in excess of $100 per ride. For comparison, the main train line that services my district, Metro North, subsidizes each ride roughly $3 to $4. I can certainly justify subsidization by orders of magnitude higher for the smaller lines, Hartford and Shoreline East, but so many orders of magnitude higher is not something right now I can justify. So for that reason, I will be voting no to flag the bill today. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just echoing the comments, there was some discussion during COVID when the bus fares were free that there was a increase in ridership, and at a cost. You look at the traffic on 95. If we could get everybody off the roadways and onto public transit, that would help things immensely. My concerns has been articulated, the cost of doing so. My understanding is for the same amount of cost, we can offer rush hour free rides on Metro North in south of Bridgeport. Mr. Chair, what was the amount of subsidy pre-COVID for the Shoreline ridership, if you know?
Please wait just a minute. Let me pull up that data. I do have it. I just need to pull it up.
While you're doing that, my only question on this is, I think we want to look at what amount of money we're willing to spend to get that started back up. I truly do believe in more public accessibility to public transportation, particularly on I-95. But again, as has been articulated, at what cost? And what I've been told is that the cost of Shoreline at the pre-COVID levels of basically subsidies could allow rush hour to be free in southern part of the state to alleviate the traffic concerns. And I'm just wondering if that's accurate.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. It appears as if the average subsidy per trip was about $44 per trip 2019 for pre-pandemic dollars.
Right. And then about how many trips was that? So each trip is one way. So round trip, did I see 200,000 or 120,000? You know what? Don't worry. I don't want to add to the length of this debate because we've got a lot of other things on the agenda. I'm going to vote no at this point because I would be amenable to a cap, so to speak, because I do want to support it, but not to the tune of $44 per trip as a subsidy, but something, as I think the good senator from my district stated, something in close relation, proximity to the $4. Maybe it's $10, $20, $30. Might be a little rich, but something that's closer. So if we capped it, how many trips could we offer? Was it be one trip in the morning, one trip in the evening? Some cost that is more in line with the type of subsidies that are given out elsewhere. So I'll vote now no, but hopefully we can take a look at that and maybe discuss some cap. Thank you.
No, and I think again, cost per service and subsidy for rail lines is a conversation I think it's important for us to have and to weigh against what other investments could yield. I think that's a perfectly reasonable conversation. I would just highlight though, it is hard and I think somewhat challenging to compare Shoreline East to Waterbury, New Canaan, Danbury, and certainly Main Line of Metro North, largely due to the significant ongoing capital investment that we continue to make in those lines that we have not made, frankly, in Shoreline East, that distorts, I think, what those average per cost subsidies retail. Like we don't included in the average rider subsidy is not the capital investments that have been made in Metro North, for example, in the new rail cars or in the investment in those lines. And so I think it's somewhat challenging to do a apples to apples comparison based upon that information using different data sets. So, but I do recognize the concern, and I do think it warrants evaluation as the bill proceeds to the Appropriations Committee. Seeing no other comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to GF to the floor, SB 277. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Javala,
Berger Javala votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski's a no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion's a yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Farrar, yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston, Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna is a yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehi, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morinbello,
Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalastowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Rep. Conley would like to vote.
Representative Conley, this is a vote to JF to the floor, SB 277, item 1.
Rep. Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else's names I have not called? And that is the row, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Moving on to the next item, SB 186. This would be a motion on LCO 2917. Moved by Senator Cohen. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Berger Cavallo. For purposes of discussion, I'll just start. This is, again, another straightforward one. It grants commercial electric vehicles a weight tolerance exemption of 2,000 pounds from the gross total axle, total tandem, or bridge formula weight limits. This is an exemption that exists in federal law. We would mirror that. It would also increase from 8,500 to 8,550 the gross vehicle weight rating that a pickup truck that is not used for commercial purposes may be registered as a passenger vehicle. Is there discussion? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first question I have is, thank you for the citation of the JFS language. I just checked online and noticed that it's not on the database or online. So could you share how the procedure would be for substitute language for those that are watching and aren't able to get access to this information?
The JFS language should appear online as soon as this passes out, as soon as the LCO can file it. Again, the S language is fairly simple. All it does is ensures that we have the weight-based registration fees for pickup vehicles still in place.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to be able to share there. If there's substitute language, we want to be sure that people can get access to it. But in describing this bill, there's two sections to it. One looks at commercial trucks in regards to exemptions on weight, and a second is for trucks that are traveling on our non-commercial routeways, such as the Mare Parkway, and granting a 50-pound weight exemption. Could you just clarify a little bit in regards to why this bill is necessary when you're looking at just an incremental 50-pound exemption from the existing statute?
Thank you. Yes. I mean, this issue came to light because there's currently one specific vehicle on the market whose gross weighting whose weight rating is, I believe, 12 pounds over the current 12 between 12 and 36 pounds over the current limit. The nature of that vehicle's battery weight contributes a great deal to its structure. And it's important to also note that these vehicles, when you're measuring this weight, it's not that the vehicle itself weighs this much. It's what a fully loaded vehicle up to its maximum towing capacity would weigh. And so that is why we made the distinction that pickup trucks not used for commercial purposes can still be registered at 12,500 pounds, can be registered, has to be registered as combination vehicles. Because this vehicle generally is used as a passenger vehicle. It continues to be used as a passenger vehicle. It's not maximizing its load capacity for commercial purposes. It stays well under the 8,500 threshold.
Thank you for the explanation. And I think some of the concerns raised in the public hearing was in regards to the weight impact of these roads on our Merritt Parkways and the possible impact in regards to maintenance and support of the physical structure of our road. A second part is, as each car becomes heavier, it's harder to stop, and there's a real concern on safety concerns. So those are 2 points that were raised, but I think a third point that I just noted as an observation is the one car vendor you talked about is a fully electric car. And the challenges with electric, and I'm an electric car driver, they're heavier than normal. And I think one of the unique challenges we're seeing as we kind of move toward alternative modes of electric vehicles, we're going to have infrastructure concerns. This is one example that a heavier electric battery car will have significant impact on our roads. And I think as we kind of explore to the kind of evolution to that utilization, that there is so much more that we need to consider. This is one small example, but I think as we look to move forward on that we have to proceed very cautiously and not to make any mandates in regards to people making adoptions toward that. And this is one example that kind of brought to mind that we're going to have to change some of the weight thresholds and limits to just one vehicle because of the weight of the batteries. How much more do we have to change our infrastructure, our road accommodations, our driving patterns to be able to accommodate some of the new challenges that occur with electric vehicles? So I will rise in support of this bill, but I do want to raise what I sense in public hearing, and also the peripheral conversations that we had about electric vehicle adoption, that it's going to have consequential impact more than we can fully understand. So I urge in proceeding in caution into these kind of initiatives. So, but thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And to your broader point about all of the myriad concerns associated with I think widespread electrification that we're likely to see of vehicle fleets across the state and country, I think maybe we should empower a council with a lot of stakeholders who can investigate a number of these issues, research them, and come up with a plan or roadmap or something that would get us in that direction. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this does seem like a very simple fix to, it's just seems like a minor change in weight. And it does appear it's really just impacting one type of vehicle. When going down the road, it looks like we could impact other types of vehicles. My concern is our parkways weren't really designed to have this type of vehicle. They're smaller, they're just 2-lane highways. And so my concern is also with our parkways. And just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, under the current law, pickup trucks that are used, not used for commercial purposes, their threshold is 12,500 pounds. And how is it determined if they're not going to be registered as a combination? Is that through the DMV?
So yes, our understanding, and it seemed to be a little bit more challenging than how I'm going to articulate this, because it appears as if, right, it appears as if some folks were bringing their vehicle in to be registered and it was registered as passenger, and others were bringing in and was registered as a combination or commercial vehicle. And so this seeks to bring clarity to that and like consistency in how the rule is applied. And yes, it is true that currently there's only one vehicle on the market that we're concerned about. It may apply to other vehicles as we move forward, but we didn't want to dramatically change what the gross weight vehicle. We wanted to keep really tight to that limit. And with respect to the parkways and its application to thereof, again, commercial vehicles are not allowed on the parkways. So their utilization at this weight level would not be accepted. And frankly, the parkways have a lower weight threshold already in place, lower than this 8,500. So technically, they're not supposed to be on the parkway as it is. So I think that is a broader conversation about how we move forward with some of our roadways in Connecticut. The Merritt Parkway is the one a lot of folks bring up. The guardrails on the Merritt Parkway are rated only for vehicles. I believe it's 7,500 pounds. So I think there's a number of concerns, as the good senator and you have both indicated, that we'll need to consider as we move forward with this issue. But we thought it was important to get this one popular vehicle who's just over the current weight limit allowed on our roadways.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate that. And we do have a very quaint little Merritt Parkway and Wilbercross Parkway. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. Why on line 40 was vehicle replaced with pickup truck specifically? Why not just leave a vehicle?
I might turn this one over to our LCO team to remember why we made that determination about why it was important to change that. If you couldn't mind, Ms. Stratton or Ms. Bull. It's line 40 on this is like we made a decision to move away from vehicle to pickup truck, and I don't remember the reason why we needed to do that.
Yes. Well, such vehicle refers to the pickup truck in line 34. So I just thought it was more specific to say pickup instead of vehicle.
Okay.
In that it's just a corresponding change to reflect the intent of line 34. We made that change in line 40. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, and you may not know this, but do you know how many cars, passenger cars, are currently anywhere or really pushing up against that 8,500 pound limit, other than the Rivian car that we're discussing?
From our understanding, it is just that vehicle right now that's close to that limit. There are other vehicles potentially coming to market that are approximating that weight, but not over it. I believe Tesla has a vehicle that's approaching that weight. One of the Ford pickup electric vehicles is approaching that weight, but neither eclipse it.
Okay. I'm just a little concerned that, we're making an exception now for one very expensive car that most average people cannot afford, to essentially, in my view, go against what our current laws are. And I worry that, next, who's going to come next for 100 pounds, 200 pounds, or something like that. So I don't support making the exception for one company. So I'm going to vote no on this. Thanks.
Thank you. And I appreciate that concern. Our commissioner is working with other DOTs across the country to talk to manufacturers about how to limit the continued escalation that they see in vehicle weights. Not just electric vehicles, but all vehicles are escalating in weight. It's leading to safety issues on our roadways when it comes to accidents, travel speed, and beyond. I think the size and scale and weight of vehicles is something that's open for a lot of conversation, and thankfully our folks are on that with other DOT commissioners. I thank you for raising the concern. Representative O'Day.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just real quick, in lines 1 through 8 generally, we're just talking about a 2,000 pound exemption. What specifically is that targeting? And the reason I ask that, I have less of a concern with the 50 pounds, obviously, just addressing one vehicle. That's not a concern. Just so I can understand the impetus of the 2,000 exemption again. I apologize if I didn't hear it.
Yes, this would mirror federal legislation, a federal exemption that already exists for weight limits pertaining to interstate highways for commercial electric vehicles. The weight of those vehicles would be allowed to be 82,000 pounds from 80,000, and to cover the reduced load cost that they're would be allowed to haul because they're carrying an increased battery weight.
Thank you. So that doesn't apply to our parkway, just the interstate.
It does not apply to our parkway. You cannot operate one of these things on any of our parkways.
Although I've seen them a bunch of times, but yes, understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 186, LCO number 2917. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Travallo,
Berger Travallo is a yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski's a no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion's a yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio, no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning is yes.
Representative Farrar,
Farrar, yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Khanna,
Khanna's a yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michel,
Right, Michelle is a yes.
Representative Morinbello,
Lauren Bellows a yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day, no.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalstowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Hi, Mr. Clerk. Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Is there anyone else's names I have not called? And that is the rule, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reminder, we'll keep the votes open for at least 1 hour after Representative O'Day stops introducing close of the meeting. And we'll clarify what the time is later this afternoon. Going to temporarily skip over item number 3 for now, and we're going to move on to item number 4, Senate Bill 185, LCO 2918. Do I hear a motion? Motion made by Senator Cohen, seconded by Senator Wong. Again, this is another straightforward one. Starting in 2025, we restart an expired program to provide partial sales tax refunds. Requires DMV to educate the Department of Education on how to apply for those funds, and requires the Transportation Education Committees to hold a hearing to understand the participation level and program effectiveness of having seatbelts on school buses. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, I'm happy that this bill is before us today with renewed purpose. During the public hearing process, we heard from an incredibly articulate young man from my district who talked about his sister being in a school bus accident and the fright associated with that. And I think this bill has a lot of merit. It had merit when it passed many years ago out of this very committee. And I believe at the time it was sort of an initiative of our now DMV commissioner due to a horrific accident in his district. And since that time, I think we've only heard, renewed purpose really for this type of legislation and seeing seatbelts installed, particularly on new school buses, but recognizing that there is a cost associated with that, want to be sure that districts are able to take advantage of this program. And we do know of several districts who have put safety belts on their school buses, but we're not aware of this funding mechanism that the state of Connecticut offers. And so I think reinstating that, ensuring that we do not allow it to lapse and providing some education around that for districts and school bus companies is the right way to go. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to seeing its passage out of committee today.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was present when this program initially passed. Many thanks to now Commissioner Guerrera and Representative David Scribner. And it was a result of a tragedy. But I think it's important to restart this expired program. And I think that's one of the requirements and initiatives of this bill is that school bus seatbelt bus program has now expired. And there is an allocation of funds that have been drawn that has been unused. And as a result of initiatives by Senator Cohen's constituent, it reminded me when I heard her mention her constituents, it has been one of the strong bases of civics in discussions in elementary schools as I visited, because I can assure you, elementary school students have a very strong opinion on school bus seatbelts. And they have been incredibly engaged, written letters to me and followed up and said whether they're for or against. And it was a great exercise in saying things that we do up in the General Assembly can resonate with young kids and get them engaged early, as Senator Cohen mentioned about her constituents. But I think one of the key elements of this bill is the opt-in program. There is no mandate, and it is a solution to be able to provide communities that want to initiate these seatbelt programs to be able to have the funds, to be able to alleviate the burden of the financial cost to instituting these programs. But I think another major component of this initiative is education and inform of the various schools, the various students and their families in regards to the implementation of this school seatbelt program. I think it's a continuation of being able to utilize safety measures early on so it becomes second nature. But I think the other part is we've also seen an evolution in regards to National Highway Safety Transportation Authority standards in regards to the safety and the construction of buses. It was in the past when we did this bill over 10 years ago, there were some aspects of controversy of whether it was needed. But I think there is a current trend in regards to NHTSA and other safety institutions that said this is a complement to the already safe building structure of school buses that we can add an additional measure. But I think the key measure that we consider as the leadership and as this committee, and I are supportive of this, is the fact that we are giving the option in to help offset some of the financial costs for communities that want to do so. Nobody's required to do it, but I think the other component is the continual education that is needed to ensure that safety measures are implemented and become second nature for many of our people to get into the cars and buses. So I urge support of this, ma'am, sir.
Thank you. And it is a good point to highlight. The evolving nature of safety studies has led us back in this direction. Like NTSA, NTSB have both indicated that they think there is merit to having seatbelts on school buses. But you are right that study after study has shown that school buses are the safest mode of transportation for children to get to and from school. This would just enhance that safety level if a district chooses to partake, and then there would be tax credits available for those districts as well. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I'm going to vote for it. I am someone who has represented a number of bus companies in accidents, and the fact that we're giving immunity, because it's very hard for bus drivers and monitors to make sure all the kids are in their seatbelts. So I appreciate this and voted for it as a study and a voluntary project, and I encourage my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And in that point, I think is a good one to highlight. There was concerns really from the origin of this concept almost a decade ago now, like who is ultimately responsible for ensuring a child is safe on the school bus and is put on their seatbelt, and whether or not a bus driver would have the ultimate responsibility, both legally to go through and to ensure the seatbelt is on properly when the person sits down and keeps it on. I think my second grader would very gladly put that seatbelt on every time I asked him to, and he'd rat out all of his friends who weren't. But my seventh grader would not put that seatbelt on no matter what you made him do, would take it off immediately. And ultimately, the bus driver should not be the one held responsible for that. And so I think that we try to get to that issue with this liability preserve. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, SB 185, LCO number 2918. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger-Javallo.
Berger-Javallo, yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Wong votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes to get it out of committee.
Representative Blumenthal. Representative Bronco.
Yes.
Representative Carney. Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski.
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley. Representative Dancho. Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio votes yes to get it out of committee.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Representative Mara.
Mara votes no.
Senator Martin. Representative Michel.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Day votes yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative to get it out of committee.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims, Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco.
Representative Steinberg votes yes. My apologies.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Turco, Representative Salzowski.
No.
Are there any names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Moving on to item number 5, HB 5328, LCO 3209. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Burger Cavallo. This, as folks in this committee are very familiar with, is an expansion of the current program that has lapsed, which would allow the use of work zone speed cameras. It would make permanent the DOT's work zone speed camera program that ended December 31st of this past year, that generally folks thought was very successful. It retains the same requirements and procedures as the pilot program. It makes a few changes, including the location of cameras and their total number. Right now, we are limited to just operation of 3 camera locations. Under the pilot program, this would allow them to go beyond that. It would also lower from 15 miles per hour to 10 miles per hour the minimum amount by which a vehicle can exceed the posted speed limit before it generates a ticket. And it would allow the ticketing of people who drive more than 85 miles per hour in a work zone to a fine the first time rather than the current warning structure. Right now, you're getting a warning the first time you go through. No matter what you do, if you go through a work zone at a high rate of speed, you get a warning. This would say the first violation for folks who are driving over 85 miles per hour would receive that fine. We also add a requirement that the DOT has to notify the chief executive officer of the municipality in which a speed camera is operating. And again, we require the DOT to come back and report to the Transportation Committee with respect to the program, how it's being implemented, the number of folks who are driving through, the revenue that is being raised. And all this is largely in service of what we heard, frankly, starting 6-7 years ago from highway workers in the state of Connecticut, our employees of the Department of Transportation, of which this committee has cognizance, who came to us and talked about the severe duress, stress, and danger that they're placed under on a daily basis, just the operation, working on the side of the roads, repairing guardrails, filling potholes, clearing grass and debris from median strips, just the basic job duties inherent in their requirements for the state of Connecticut were so extraordinary. I heard firsthand, I visited a maintenance facility and heard firsthand from folks who've been working out there for decades and could talk to you about their friends, family members who'd been hit while working on the side of the road by a driver who's not paying attention or driving too fast, but the near misses that occurred on an almost daily basis. The program we put in place worked. It was a pilot program. It did exactly as we thought it would. It got people to slow down. The number of people who got a first violation and then never got a follow-up was extraordinary. They got the message when they got that letter in the mail saying, look, we just clocked you going 60 in a work zone. You got to slow down next time or else you're going to get a ticket. That messaging worked. And so I think it's the first obvious success of the camera-based program and changing behavior. Not about raising revenue, about changing behavior. And I do know that this will save our workers' lives. So with that, are there any questions? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not necessarily a question, just a quick comment. I'm fully in full support of this. I know people tend to get nervous when you say cameras, but the fact of the matter is that safety on our highways is paramount, and we don't talk about speed enough. And that's what you see every day out there on the highways is speed. Several years ago, it is over 10 years, Milford had an awful tragedy where a car literally plowed through a work zone and 4 workers were killed. It was horrific. The scene, as you can imagine, was horrific. But we need to get people to slow down. Just coming up to Hartford, we see it all the time. I had a guy flashing his lights on at me because I was slowing down for a work zone and I wasn't going fast enough anymore for him. So it is an important bill. I know there are some concerns. I know we can certainly make it even a stronger bill or tighten up any language that anyone may have concerns with. But the safety of these workers on the side of the road is just so important, and their lives are very valuable to all of us and certainly to their families. So I will be supporting this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative O'Day, followed by, oh, sorry, Senator Wong.
Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day, followed by Senator Wong, followed by Representative Branco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As people are going to be hearing from me on other bills in related to the speed, I am going to vote for this out of committee because I do believe the biggest factor impacting the number of fatalities on our roadways is speed. And that's impacted by the fact that we've got a dramatic decrease, in police officer stops for speeding. I watched coming up the Merritt, I was going slightly over the speed limit and a car passed me on the left, had to be doing 20 miles over the speed limit, maybe 30. And there was a state trooper. Now he may have been doing something else or distracted from parked, but monitoring and didn't pull out. I'm not blaming the officer necessarily because I think what we've done in this building has discouraged the police officer from active policing. But this is a way that we can address, I believe, safety in a much bigger way than what we're going to be doing later on today. So I am voting this out of committee and look forward to working with the chairs and the ranking on buttoning up the objections to this, because I do think the safety on our roadways has decreased so dramatically because people are driving so much faster. And that's not disputed. Eric it's Jackson, who is head of the director of Connecticut Transportation Safety Research Center, has confirmed that the driving habits of people since COVID are driving faster. And that has an impact on fatalities when if you're going 40 miles an hour in an accident versus 85 miles an hour accident, there's a huge increase in fatality chances. So thank you for indulging me, Chair, on why I'm voting for it now. I totally agree with those of my colleagues who may be opposed to this. And I look forward to working with them on trying to address those concerns. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And as you know, we've always enjoyed a great working relationship. So if you have concerns, if any member of this committee has concerns moving forward, I work really closely with your ranking member to make sure we hear those and get those addressed. I think each of the camera bills that we've either considered or proposed in the past has always benefited from that widespread and continuing conversation about how to protect against the egregious misuses and focus in solely on the safety benefits. So I've greatly appreciated the collegial manner in which we've had these conversations in the past in that regard. And I think we've gotten good product because of it. And I look forward to continuing to do that with you. Representative Branco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important issue, and the data that we're provided was really undeniable in its efficacy. So while I do support the premise and I'm going to vote yes, I will mention a couple of concerns I do have with it currently. The first being that I think we're making it maybe a little bit too broad in that we're opening it up to really any state road, every construction project. So there's the chance of having cameras on every single job that I think can get a little overwhelming and maybe too aggressive. The second being the speed reduction from 15 to 10. If it was working at 15 and it was very effective, why are we lowering it 5 miles per hour more and potentially putting that many more people in violation. So if it was working and the data proved that, I would suggest just leaving it at the 15 miles per hour and going with that. So those are a couple of my concerns, but I will vote yes because it is certainly an important issue we're talking about in protecting lives of our workers. So hope we can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Wong. Sorry,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for
And
your time. I skipped you and never went back. How about that?
no worries. These are
Senator
these are
Wong.
great comments by committee members, and I value listening to it. I think it's important to recognize that one of the critical roles that we take very seriously in this committee is traffic safety. And it's not just people in the cars, pedestrians and bikes, but also our transportation and construction workers and their safety. And this bill has a track run that demonstrates that it does make a difference. It does eliminate, or not totally eliminate, reduces the incidences of speeding through the work zone. It's about education. It's about awareness. And I think it's important that as much as we may implement policies and put in speed cameras, you can't teach common sense. And I think respect for others on the road is critical. And so I urge support of this bill because we need to balance it between privacy and the surveillance and equity concerns that have been raised when we've had the debate on red light and safety cameras, speed cameras. But I think it's important to note that one of the big parts of this bill is in regards to data retention. You have subsequent last date of violations and 1 year. Those records will be erased. And I think that's very important that there is no compilation and tracking to kind of profile individuals. And even though this title is traffic safety enforcement in work zones and municipalities, it shouldn't be lost that on sections 4, 5, and 7, that we have also reinforced that maintenance of privacy and not data profiling, that at the last incidence of a violation, 1 year from that incident, the record will be erased. Can you kind of reiterate that to address the concerns? Because I think everybody's been uniform in understanding that these red light and speed cameras in our work zones are important towards safety, but there are concerns about privacy. There are concerns about data profiling. Can you reiterate the consideration of this committee to that aspect and addressing it?
Yes, thank you, Senator Wong. It's an important consideration. We really entered into this conversation when we allowed municipalities to develop speed and red light camera programs. And we consulted with the ACLU, data privacy experts, and some folks on the misuse that you may be seen in other locations across the country, where this data was oftentimes sold to defense attorneys or it was made available on public records. And we want to ensure that, one, that this data can only be utilized for the adjudication of the specified violations, and two, after 1 year after the last date of violation, all of that data needs to be destroyed. It cannot be retained. It cannot be held in a database. It cannot be utilized against people. We don't know what all the evolving trends will be with data retention and exploitation, but we know we protected against it by putting this provision in. And generally, it's informed policy choice that we're making as a committee to say we only care about the safety aspects of this. We don't care about scores on insurance rates or having this utilized in the adjudication of other crimes or anything like that. We care about the safety merits of this program, and that alone is its merit. And so any retention of data beyond the safety merit consideration would be unwarranted, unnecessary, and not allowed by law.
Thank you for that clarification, and it's valued. And I think it's extremely important to protect the privacy and the use of that data point. But I also wanted to add that upon passage last year under Vision Zero related to speed and red light cameras for our municipalities, there was a real focus in regards to municipal leadership buy-in. And I appreciate that consideration. And I think it's been welcomed by our municipal leaders to be part of that process. But in this case, related to state roads, municipalities does not have purview in this. But I appreciate the working collaboration that we have, that we are also paying respect and communications to the municipal leaders in which these state road constructions are occurring, to give them notification, not to seek approval, but to give them a heads up, to let them know if community residents are impacted by this speed camera possibility, that they are made aware of it, to be an informed constituency. Because I think the focus and the priority of red light and speed cameras is not to catch people. It is to inform and raise awareness so people don't speed through and put others at risk. Would that be correct?
That is correct. I mean, we all know how government works, in that we may pass a law at the state level that that applies only to state roadways, but the first person who gets a warning letter or gets that subsequent ticket, they're probably going to call their city council or town council member, or their board of alders, or their first selectman or mayor. And that's where their first complaint's probably going to go. And we thought it was important that the local folks know exactly what is happening in their communities. They can amplify the outreach that we're doing to ensure that they know it's safety based, that no one locally is out to get their money or revenue, that it's entirely safety based, and they can utilize sort of their communication methods if they want to let their constituents be aware the operation of these cameras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just close by thanking the representatives and the advocates of this program many, many years before. Former Representative Russ Morin, Representative Joe Serra, and also the constant advocacy by Don Schubert in protecting the construction trades workers in our roads. But I want to acknowledge those three and many, many others that have advocated for this program and bill. So thank you. Thank you, and thanks to them for their advocacy.
Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is very laudable as far as what the goals are, but as Mr. Chairman, you and I know that for years I have had some issues with the privacy having to do with cameras. I'm going to try to work through some of those issues with the ranking members and see if maybe we could maybe even strengthen the privacy. But today I'm going to be voting no to flag the bill. And I appreciate what we're trying to do here on as far as safety goes for the construction workers. I do know that in the past they've had state police or local police, actually on the highway, state police monitoring and catching people that have gone speeded before. So there are alternatives to cameras, but I'm not sure if it's practical in this day and age. We can talk about it. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, large scale construction projects almost always have a police officer assigned to the location. Generally, it's these smaller maintenance based projects that don't necessarily, almost never, frankly, have an officer assigned to them for their protection. And there are scores of them happening all across the state at any given time. They're often moving projects, right, where you're mowing the lawn or you're repairing guardrail in one location, moving to a pothole in the next location. And then in order to have an officer assigned in those circumstances, it's very time sensitive, and the officer's not allowed to move with the crew. So it becomes hard to make every location where our maintenance workers are out on the job protected by an officer. And that's why we think that the utilization of this type of program helps protect just additional workers. But
Yeah.
I do appreciate your concerns.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, is it projected that they will be using these cameras on moving targets, basically? Any of these constructions that are going along the road? I don't understand how that would work.
Yes, thank you. The camera is in a fixed location, but the location can get up and move with that work crew to a subsequent location where it can then be affixed. There's a series of standards that have to be applied and how the camera is calibrated. We outline that in detail to make sure it's all working properly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Seeing no other questions, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor. House Bill 5328, LCO number 3209. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javallo,
Burger Javallo, yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Wong votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio, yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no to flag.
Senator Gaston, Representative Khanna,
Rep. Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Fahey, Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin-Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day, Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative to flag.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims, Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Salztowski.
Yeah.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now, I think, about 1/3 done with our agenda. Great job. Moving quickly. I thought this was going to go on for a while. Oh, looky here. It looks like there might be some fireworks coming up. So how about we go with number 6 for now? HB 5329, which is a straight JF. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Burger Cavallo. This is with respect to road safety audits by the Department of Transportation, which is a extraordinary thing that the Department of Transportation offers to really address road safety on many of our state highways. It works with local communities to assess and evaluate road conditions at a number of locations across Connecticut. Often these locations are recognized as some of the most dangerous, most deadly roadways in the entire state and frankly in the entire country. There are some hiccups with the way the program is administered now. So we want to take the great successes that legislators and traffic authorities and communities have felt and kind of seek to address what some people are hearing about some of the concerns. So before us would require DOT to develop a process allowing individuals, traffic authorities, or councils of government to have DOT perform a road safety audit of a specified highway and to post the process on its website. And then it requires DOT to notify the requester whether or not they're going to perform the audit or why they're not going to perform it. If they determine that that isn't a location where we want to prioritize its resources. And then it's got to make sure the audit results are submitted both back to the requester and the General Assembly members who reside in that community. A lot of times, when I see these issues requested by my local community members, or when I hear from LTAs or COGs or municipal leaders, they say, gosh, we put it in, we don't know what the status is, we don't know what the next step to do. So DOT has done this great thing by going out and doing this analysis, but our local communities don't know what the next steps to take are. The local legislators don't know what the next steps to take are. They don't know whose responsibility it ultimately falls to. So we think we take this audit program that DOT is doing now, and we sort of make it more official and create some requirements, understanding, and we think transparency that will benefit the ultimate operation of it. Are there any questions or concerns on this bill? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to GF to the floor. House Bill 5329. Senator Cohen.
Yes.
Representative Lamar.
Yes.
Senator Lopes. Representative Berger-Javallo.
Berger-Javallo, yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang, yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal. Representative Bronco.
Yes.
Representative Carney. Senator Cabrera. Representative Chaleski.
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Rep. Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley. Representative Dancho. Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio, yes.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning, yes.
Representative Farrar.
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Kano.
Kano's a yes.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Yes.
No worries. Representative Mara.
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin. Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambello. Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
O'Day, now yes.
Senator Austin. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims. Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Look it up. I know that there were a lot of instances where
Representative Steinberg, would you like to vote?
ingredients in it and children and dogs would get into the.
Representative, can you hear me?
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Salztowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, Rep. Morambello votes yes.
Thank you. Is there any other names I have not called?
Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Is there any other names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're gonna, again, skip a little bit in the interest of making sure people are here for important conversations. So we're gonna move on to item number 8 right now, which is SP 424 LCO 3194. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Burger Cavallo. The bill before us lowers the blood alcohol content per se limit for impaired driving and boating from 0.08 to 0.05. And it requires DOT and DESP on an annual basis to report the number of police officers trained as drug recognition experts, recommendations to increase access to that training, to get into the improvements or technological advances regarding roadside screening tests to detect cannabis impaired drivers, and recommendations for implementing strategies and procedures to detect cases of cannabis impaired driving. We recognize that this is a really important emerging issue that we need to get a hold of. Connecticut is one of the worst states in the country when it comes to driving while intoxicated, leading to fatalities on our roadways. We do recognize that there appears to be, based upon the testing available, an increased number of folks who are also using cannabis and getting involved in accidents. So we wanted to try to tackle both issues with what the data and science allows us to do at this point in time. And with that, I'll ask if there are any questions or comments about the bill. Seeing none. Okay. Representative O'Day, good sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will, I feel like I need to do a little preamble to this. So yesterday, Spain St. Patrick's Day, with my daughter who ran the half marathon down in New York City. And I came back knowing I had to work with my day job as a lawyer doing other things. And I went through the agenda and I saw DO number 7 and number 8 and 9. And my initial reaction was, why? And so I go to church every day. And today I went to mass and I said, okay, take a deep breath. Because if everybody can remember, I had asked a lot of questions of both the DMV commissioner and the DOT commissioner that frankly have been asked a lot over the number of years. So I was upset because we were dealing with these issues before we heard back from the commissioners. And before, my knee-jerk reaction was somebody was doing this intentionally to make me angry and get around the whole hearing process and kind of shove this down our throat. That's my initial reaction. And I was very upset because I have to be honest, I had sent around, questions, and let's just stick with the lowering the legal limit. I asked the commissioner, he talked about 7 people who died last year with a BAC of between 0.05 and 0.069. And I asked for that study. I asked for that information. I haven't seen that yet. Were they all drivers? Were they all passengers? Were they all pedestrians? And what were the numbers with drugs and alcohol in their system as opposed to just alcohol? Haven't seen any of that information. I don't know if anybody else has. And if you have, please, I would encourage you to forward it to me because I want to see it. I have read through, I don't know if anybody else has, the Utah evaluation of Utah's 0.05 BAC per se law done by the U.S. Department of Transportation that was discussed. There's a lot of very good information in here. I do not deny, and I'm going to go through this. I do not deny that 0.08 to 0.05 will save lives. And based on that, I am amenable to discussing it. What has frustrated me to the point of not being able to speak and needing a little extra time at mass is the fact that we've had a law in our books for a number of years that makes absolutely no sense. and everybody in this room knows it, and everybody in this room agrees that 53A-213, drinking while operating a motor vehicle, that doesn't include, or that when we passed CGA section 54-33P, that says restrictions on cannabis-related stop or search of a person or motor vehicle. Except as provided in section C of this subsection, the existence of any of the following circumstances shall not constitute in part or in whole probable cause or reasonable suspicion, and shall not be used as the basis to support any stop or search of a person or motor vehicle. 1, the odor of cannabis or burnt cannabis. That's insanity. It defies logic. And if I may, Mr. Chair, and you did articulate earlier, and I completely agree. You and I have worked very well in the past. And I certainly know that you did not do this. The way the process works, our JF deadline is Friday. I certainly would wish that we would allow more time for us to get the information that I want before bringing this up. But, you know, we argued this on the floor of the House. It makes no sense that, and Mr. Chair, the question I'd ask, as I understand the law now, if a police officer sees a person drinking a beer while driving, the police can use that as probable cause to pull that person over, correct?
That is my understanding of the law as well.
Now, is it true that if the police officer observes a person, and let's assume for the sake that they don't have tinted windows, that they observe them holding a marijuana, even a bong, in their hand, and the police officer sees that, can the police officer pull that person over for holding a bong or holding a roach? My understanding is they can't.
I think it would be very fact dependent. Like if the person is pulled over on the side of the road holding that, no, having a bong or roach in their hand would not be cause for stopping them. But if they're operating their vehicle in a reckless manner, they could pull the person over and test that person for impairment.
So I'll read section 2 of 54-33P. All right. And the preamble to this is the following circumstances shall not constitute in part or in whole probable cause or reasonable suspicion, and shall not be used as a basis to support any stop or search of a person or motor vehicle. Number 1, the odor of cannabis or burnt cannabis, which I mentioned. Number 2, the possession of or the suspicion of possession of cannabis without evidence that the quantity of cannabis is or suspected to be in excess of 5 ounces of cannabis plant material as defined in section 21A-279A, or an equivalent amount of cannabis product or combination of cannabis and cannabis products as provided in subsection I 21A-279. So my understanding in reading the law, the person could be waving to the police officer with a bong in one hand, his hand on the other, and telling him the police officer can't pull him over. Whereas if he held a beer up and waved to the police officer has probable cause to pull him over. That makes no sense. And what I asked the commissioner last year when this came up, sitting right there in that seat, you know, is he aware of anyone ever getting intoxicated if the passenger's drinking? Is he aware, when we were addressing the open container law, and I would ask the chair to give me a little leeway here, I asked, have you ever been aware of a situation where somebody drinking a beer as a passenger would get the driver drunk? No, that doesn't happen. Whereas somebody smoking marijuana in the back seat and the Cheech and Chong falling out of the van motif and the smoke bellowing out, that's not probable cause. But that, in fact, secondhand smoke can get that person intoxicated. So it makes no sense. So the reason why I get so passionate over this issue is not because I disagree conceptually with the idea, although I would point out Utah's the only state that does it. I know other states are looking at it, and I went through it. And yes, there is some good evidence on a reduction. However, as Eric Johnson pointed out, and I want to give a little shout out to the Connecticut Mirror, they've published a number of very good articles on this exact issue. And, you know, they point out how we saw a major increase in fatalities on the roadways in 2021, even though there were fewer drivers. And why is that? Do we think everyone was driving while intoxicated? No, that's not the evidence. According to Eric Jackson, there were a number of factors at play. We had less drivers on the road, okay, going much faster. Risky behavior became more acceptable. And so, you know, you had the speed on our roadways increase dramatically. And according to the statistics that were cited in this Connecticut Mirror article from December 2022, Christmas Day, December 2022. And that's why I say, I'm not theoretically opposed to lowering the limit, but the reason why I'm so apoplectic on this issue is because of the other issues. And the 301 people died in car crashes in Connecticut in 2020, a 21 increase from the previous year. And then in 2021, increased to 323. And as they talk about in the article, although we had less drivers, we had riskier behavior, we had higher speeds. And that is a reason why the Utah data, everyone agrees, if you have an increase in speeding, you're going to have an increase in fatalities. I see the good Representative Howard here. He brought up the exact same issue, that speed kills. And so the other thing I want to point out, other than the fact that we're allowing marijuana to go on smoking in the vehicle, we're literally encouraging people, smoke marijuana and take gummies, just don't drink. And it makes while I agree with both statements, focusing in on the 0.08 to 0.05, I think is a huge mistake. So the decrease in traffic stops, as was pointed out in this article, I believe, and I think I don't think anybody would disagree. Our police accountability bill told our police officers, by the way, during COVID, they were told, don't pull people over needlessly because of this deadly virus. And as anybody who drove during that time period knows, speed increased because the police were not enforcing the speed laws. Then we had the police accountability bill, which I thought was jammed through in a special session without sufficient input from, in all due respect to my colleagues on the other side, from concerns that we had. And the last one being qualified immunity. I've defended, I used to spend most of my time as a trial lawyer defending police officers who were sued for various things, whether it was excessive force, false arrest. And qualified immunity, which by the way was created by the Supreme Court by an African-American justice, we want to encourage police officers to actively police. And even if they're mistaken, as long as it's reasonable, we'll give them immunity before trial. Our police accountability bill took that away and said that you're going to have to go to trial and then maybe we can fix it afterwards. But that told police officers, you know, and I used to do training at the Municipal Police Training Academy on the use of force. We told police officers, don't you stick your neck out because we're not protecting you. And you saw a, 40-50% decrease in enforcement. And we wonder why there are more deaths on our highways. And yet we're gonna focus on what I believe, again, the good commissioner, we don't know this yet. I haven't seen the information. Another reason why I was so upset. But there were 7 fatalities, from what I understand, due to blood alcohol between 0.05 and 0.069 or 0.079. I haven't seen that. I'm certain the commissioner wouldn't lie to us, but I would like to see that data. Because I think, and actually the facts bear them out. The vast majority of deaths on our highways are due to a lack of enforcement and higher speed. And there's no disputing that. If you look at all the facts, there is no disputing the fact that we've got higher speed, which causes more death, and less enforcement, which causes more speed. That is the biggest reason our deaths are at a record. So my First Amendment, which, by the way, in the spirit of the way this committee has traditionally been run, our amendments are not bonsais. Our amendments are in the hands of the clerk. I wanted to make sure everybody had them. And I hope I can get at least some of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle to take a look at them, because they are good amendments that I believe we can all agree are good amendments that can be voted on. And the first one, I think is the easiest. I believe it's LCO. We have an LCO number on them? No. Oh, rats. Mr. Chair, were copies of these sent around to people?
Thank you, Mr. O'Day. Yes, the copies have been emailed to individual members. I have them in front of me. I have two amendments in my possession, one offered by you and Representative Carney. One seeks to amend 54-330. The other seeks to amend 53A 213A.
Okay. What I'm going to do is first address the one with Representative Carney and I on, which the stated purpose, if I may make a motion to amend section 501, section 53A-213A, and section 502, section 53A-213B of the general statutes, and section 503, section 52, or section 54-33P of the general statutes, to restore the ability of law enforcement officer to stop a motor vehicle based on a suspicion that the operator is using cannabis while operating such motor vehicle.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. The amendment having been filed with LCO, received by our clerk, and forwarded to all members, Representative O'Day has issued the following amendment to LCO 3194. Is there a second on Representative O'Day? Seconded by Representative Kennedy. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. If I may just summarize, and I would ask, so I don't forget, if when the vote's taken, to be taken by roll. So the simplest way to describe what this does is it allows a police officer, if they see someone smoking marijuana, smoke bellowing out. We all have been driving down the streets and smell it coming out of vehicles. I shouldn't say all, I don't want to, but maybe some of you don't travel the city much. I will tell you, in Stamford, I'm driving, or I'm walking to church, or I'm walking to buy lunch. I smell wafts of marijuana coming out of vehicles. And right now, as the law stands, a police officer can't pull that person over. That's insanity. That makes no sense to anybody. Why? What are we doing here? So, this direct, limited amendment doesn't touch the BAC. It simply allows a police officer, if you see him drinking, a driver drinking, you can pull him over. If you see a driver smoking dope or his passengers, you can pull him over. This will make our streets safer. This, I guarantee you, will save lives. Guaranteed. I know I'm a little passionate about this, but if we really care, I know you all do. I don't mean it that way, but if you really want to impact the safety of our roadways, this will do it. So certainly happy to talk about it. I'm hoping that it'll be, whenever it's by consent. No, no. Okay. Well then, you know what? We can vote for it. And I guarantee you this will save lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Is there other discussion in support of the amendment offered before us? I'll just say a few words. Representative Day, it's with a great appreciation for your commitment to this committee that you offer this. I know that you come to this issue passionately and consistently. You recognize this concern originally when this bill was passed. It's something you've been consistent in articulating your feelings on and bringing to this committee. There was an approach that we put into this bill to try and move forward the technology, the respect for the advancements that DRE officers are making, to hiring more officers that we put into this, because I think the leadership of this committee, and I think I can speak for Senator Cohen, feels similar to you that this is an area where we are likely to see increased number of impaired drivers in the future. I don't know, though, frankly, that this is the right way to approach this issue. And I say that as someone who holds an economics degree from the University of Massachusetts, and not someone who can espouse into criminal or civil procedure and the impacts that this law may have on a bill that received numerous public hearings and impact by our judiciary and public safety committees and did not come before the Transportation Committee. There are aspects of this that I think I stand in alignment with you. I do think that a person operating their vehicle while actively smoking, visibly smoking marijuana, is a concern on our roadways. I think the determination that was made originally, though, however, was it is almost impossible to tell from the side of the road or in another vehicle whether or not a person is smoking marijuana or not. And that the determination that an officer would have to make goes a little too far in reaching that conclusion. I also think it's important to recognize where the law does allow discretion. If you commit a moving violation, if you're speeding or operating the car recklessly or blow a speed limit, blow a stop sign or a red light, and an officer pulls you over and smells or sees marijuana, they can test for impairment. So I think there's some confusion about how the law is applied on an individual basis and an actual basis on our roadways. I do think you raise some relevant concerns. I don't think they're relevant to the Transportation Committee. I think they deserve fuller evaluation in a committee of cognizance over these issues. And with that, I will respectfully ask folks to vote in opposition to this amendment so that we can focus in on the one aspect that is the generation of the vast majority of impaired fatalities and accidents in our roadways, which is alcohol. And I do that, again, you and I have known each other for a long time. This conversation was never going to go any way other than respectfully, because I do appreciate the effort you put into this. But I do ask folks to vote no on this issue, to allow the conversation to focus in on BAC and to take this conversation to the more appropriate committee of cognizance. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the representative for putting this amendment in front of us, because I think it's just a good conversation for this committee to have. And I am concerned about individuals using cannabis and driving. While I think there's some good merit to the intention of this amendment, I have to oppose it today because I do think it could jeopardize the underlying bill and cause it to fail in another committee or on one of the floors of the House or the Senate. And I think the underlying bill is too important to making our roadway safety on a proven measure to reduce individuals, impairment while driving. So I'll have to oppose this today, but I do appreciate having the conversation, the merit, and perhaps if this amendment was on a different bill, be a different conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Turco. Representative O'Day for the second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comments. I left out, because I got hours of the report from the National Transportation Safety Board dated December 13, 2022. The alcohol, other drug, and multiple drug use among drivers. And, we talk about the alcohol you know, 1/3, the study out of, and we heard some of the testimony, again, I was very disappointed in not seeing a lot of the stats I asked for. I'll get into the drive-only license request I made when we bring up that bill. But, you know, Wisconsin, according to this report, Wisconsin and California, in Orange County, California, they did tests on, you know, the complete test. We're talking about how a lot of times you only test for alcohol, and once it comes back positive, but over 0.08, or then they stop. Well, over about 1/3 in Wisconsin, and it looks like 1/3 in Orange County, California, when they tested for both, there was both the alcohol and marijuana or some other drug. Actually, no, it's cannabis positive and alcohol. And so cannabis made up actually 12% alone in one of the fatality studies, and 10% in one and 12% in the other. So you've got cannabis alone, and then cannabis and alcohol in the other 23%. So 1/3 have cannabis in them when you test for it. And so when you, and as I think it was the good ranking member or somebody pointed out, I don't know if it was my colleague from Darien, that it's actually marijuana is an aggravating or accelerating impairment. So if you just have alcohol in your system, it's one thing. And again, I want to be clear for the public. I am not advocating ever drinking and driving. That is not my point. My point is, where should we be focusing our concerns and our ability to lessen the amount of fatalities on our roadways? And I think the two biggest are the fact that we're not enforcing the speeds right now, and the fact that it's no coincidence that we legalized recreational marijuana in 2021, and we've seen the spike that we've seen, because as the good chair pointed out, we don't have an ability to test it accurately. And so, you know, this study from the NTSB is phenomenal as well. It's a wealth of information, and we haven't done that in Connecticut. And if we have, I haven't seen the results. I know the commissioner talked about it, but the fact of the matter is, the use of marijuana on our roadways right now has exploded since we legalized, and the THC content has exploded. So I know we've got a long agenda. I could go through these studies at length, and why what we're doing now, if we don't pass this amendment, I don't think is going to help. I'm not sure it's going to save one life, but I'm going to let others talk about it, and I'm going to move on. I know the agenda, but I assure you, if this does pass without my amendments, I will add to my prayers that somebody please talk to me, because we need to fix this legislation if this amendment fails. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative O'Day, for your passion on this. We do talk about safety all the time, and I do believe that in this committee right now, this is an important issue to take up. I've said it a number of times. We need to look at all aspects of when we're pulling over drivers. It's not just drunk driving. In number of fatalities that we've seen, and it's unfortunate that's the only time is when we test for THC in the system. That's when we've found that many times a driver is found to be impaired with not just alcohol, but THC. So I do think today is the appropriate, and I thank the good former ranking member for his amendment today. I just think we should be, and I encourage everyone to think about supporting this, because it is a very good amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Carney, to be followed by Representative Mara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, you know, obviously, because I'm on the amendment, I support it. And I just want to say that when you look up driving while high, you know, it currently is considered a DUI. You know, as Commissioner Gilletti said, in 2021, you can get a DUI from more than just alcohol. If you feel different, you'll drive differently. If you drive high, you will get a DUI. So we're saying that, you know, you shouldn't do this. because it could equal a DUI, just like drinking. And, we've obviously drilled that into the public's head, drinking and driving gets you DUI. So I guess I'm a little puzzled as to why, I know why it was in the law, but why we treat marijuana for this purpose. And this isn't a debate about, what's worse or the difference between the two. It's just solely on driving. Why we would treat it differently than alcohol. And it just says, one other thing it says, if you see an impaired driver on the road, contact law enforcement. So I'll just tell you, a couple of weeks ago, I was driving on 95 and I had to stop at a rest area. I don't remember if it was Milford or Fairfield, it was somewhere over there. And the gentleman who was parked next to me was smoking a joint. And I don't know if he was going anywhere. He may not have. He may have, who knows? But I just thought, imagine if you saw somebody in the driver's seat of a car in a parking lot next to you, drinking a nib, drinking a beer, you would get concerned. And just the idea that alone, I see this person smoking. I didn't see the person start their car and drive away. I left before then. But seeing that happen and the audacity, because quite frankly, it's legal. It's legal to do that. And I think it's very, very concerning. And we are sending the wrong message when we say that, you can drive by a police officer, light up a joint, and there's nothing the police or the public can do. So I think this is a great amendment. I mean, it goes along with all the road safety things we've done, Vision Zero, and a bunch of other things. And I think this will make our roads safer, and it will encourage folks. By having it in law like this, it will encourage folks to think twice about whether they're going to smoke and drive. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment being brought forward and I will support this. But one of the things that I appreciate Representative O'Day mentioning about the interactions between cannabis and alcohol. And it is in fact that they are additive. So you get to a certain high with cannabis, you get to a certain high with alcohol, and it is 1 + 1 = 2, which is not always the interaction you see with drugs, but it is an additive effect. The other thing that we found is that if a person smokes cannabis and that person also drinks alcohol, they're twice as likely to use them together. So when you see someone smoking cannabis in their car, there is a high likelihood that they would also have alcohol in their system. The other thing I would like to mention here is that we have made a lot of progress. I went to several of us went to the Driving While Intoxicated Summit over the summer, which they did a great job of explaining what DREs do. And we have, I know that our police officers are ramping those up, but I believe all the major cities now have 1 or 2 of these DREs, and we are up to, I think 62 across the state. And so that's phenomenal. So whereas before I know there's a lot of reluctance to pull someone over with cannabis and test them because you're very concerned that you're going to wrongly convict someone of being intoxicated because they have cannabis in their system, because we know cannabis does stay in the system for a very long time. So I just want to put out there that we are making a lot of progress with this. So if someone does get pulled over, they could have a DRE come and assure that they have intoxication and it's not just a level. So I'm going to support this today, and I hope that my colleagues support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, I'll just follow with a few things. One, we're up to 72 DRE experts. We're doing even better. That's good. We're getting up there. And this bill makes important considerations with that respect as well, trying to make sure that we're aware of how quickly we're hiring DREs, how we can increase access to this training. And then we also ask DESP and DOT to inform us of improvements and technological advancements in roadside screening tests for cannabis, procedures to detect cases of cannabis impaired driving. Like we want to be at the forefront of this in Connecticut. We really do. As I think, well, frankly, everyone on this committee knows, it's been a passion of mine since being chair, and frankly, before that, to address road safety in the state. And it's certainly one of the chief priorities of our DOT commissioner. I do think that there's merit to consideration of how we address cannabis-related incidents on the roadways and high while driving is something that is top of mind to a lot of constituents. I do not think, however, this is the appropriate venue for this. In fact, there is an appropriate venue. Just 2 days from now, there's a public hearing on this very exact language in the Judiciary Committee. It's a public hearing the Judiciary Committee hosting on March 20th. I encourage everyone to submit testimony with respect to this issue because I think that is the appropriate place to fully judge the merits of the conversation, to hear both sides of the issue. And I believe that would be an appropriate place to have those feelings and thoughts heard. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote no on today's amendment and bring this conversation to the Judiciary Committee on Wednesday. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on the amendment to LCO 3194?
This is an immediate roll call vote to amend LCO number 3194. Senator Cohen,
No.
Representative Lamar,
No.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Burger Javala,
No.
Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes no.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Rep. Concepcion votes no.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Danshaw, Representative DiCaprio,
Dancho votes. I'm sorry, I got on late. Representative Dancho votes yes.
DiCaprio's yes.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes no.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes no.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna's a no.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes no.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michel,
Michelle votes no.
Representative Morinbello,
Morinbello votes no.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Steinberg,
No. Representative Steinberg votes yes. No, apologies, one more time. Representative Steinberg votes no.
thank you, Representative. That is a no for your vote. Representative Turco,
Turco votes no.
Representative Zalastowski,
Yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Are there any other names I have not called?
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Denning votes no.
The program.
Thank you, Representative.
PRN. Historically, it was when somebody.
Are there any other names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. For purposes of closing the amendment, could you announce the tally?
The vote record says 14 yay, 19 nay, 5 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The vote on that amendment fails. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate it. It was clear to me that people gave it thought, and that's all I guess I can ask for besides a yes. What I want to encourage people to do is please read, as I pointed out, the Utah study and particularly the National Transportation Safety Board study on alcohol, other drug, and multiple drug use among drivers. Use of amphetamine, as the good representative from Darien pointed out, when you add other drugs to alcohol, it's an accelerant. And your odds of having a fatal crash with amphetamines is over 5 times. Antihistamines is almost 1.5 times. Same with antidepressants. Now, I'm going to have to ask the good rep from Darien what a benzodiazepines is, because I don't know, but apparently you're 2.3% more at risk of a fatal crash on those. Cannabis is over almost 1.5. Cocaine 3, opioids almost about 2. And then, so I guess where I'm going with this is one of the top ways our law enforcement were able to get illegal guns and get illegal drugs were by consent searches, which brings me to my second amendment. Back when we passed the police accountability bill, I know the argument for it, and I know this is even a bigger stretch than the last amendment, but I appreciate the chair's indulgence. The way the police were able to address a lot of illegal drugs and illegal medicines or drugs was in consent searches. So the Second Amendment, Mr. Chair, that has been passed around, is simply repealing section 53-33-0, which would restore a police officer's ability to request a consent search of a motor vehicle when the officer has a reasonable or articulable suspicion that a weapon, contraband, or other evidence of a crime is contained within the vehicle. I'll explain once I get a second, if I get a second, and I ask that it be taken by roll.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative O'Day has introduced an amendment to LCO 3194. We'll call this Amendment 2. Been filed with the LCO and delivered to our clerk, and it's been passed out to our members. This would amend the bill to add a new section 54-33O. Representative O'Day has introduced the amendment. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Kennedy. For purpose of discussion, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I'll be brief on this. The purpose of this is simply to allow consent searches for those, and I'll happy to answer any questions. Police officers have saved thousands, if not millions, of lives by conducting consent searches. And I don't think it's any surprise that when we eliminated the officer's ability for a consent search, that the amount of fatalities, not only on the highways, but also from gun violence, overdoses, the amount of overdose, fentanyl now is one of the top causes of death in our state and certainly in the country. And the greatest way officers on the I-95 corridor can get those kind of illegal drugs off the streets and out of our system is by consent searches on the highway. So I understand, and I appreciate again the good chair's leeway on this. I'm happy to answer any questions, but this will save lives if the amendment is passed, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to briefly echo the comments of my good colleague. I think consent searches are an extraordinarily valuable tool to our police to proactively keep our streets safe, our neighborhoods safe. It's been used across states, including in Connecticut for many years. And in 2020, we had scores of police officers testifying to the importance of consent searches to keep us safe, including from drugs, including from guns and gun violence. In fact, there was testimony during the debate over the police bill that hundreds of illegal guns have been taken off of the streets because of consent searches. In a day and age where we've seen an increase in gun violence and shootings over the last 4 years, since 2020 in particular, a slight decrease in the past year, but a substantial increase in the state since 2020. I think this tool for proactive policing to keep us safe is invaluable and must be re-added to the toolkit of our local police in order to keep us safe. It's also something that respects civil liberties, because the search, as the name implies, can only be done with the consent of the individual who was stopped with probable cause for a primary violation on the roads. If they refuse, if they do not give consent to the search of the vehicle, then there can be no search. However, many residents who were pulled over and asked for a consent search still acquiesced to it, and we were still able to take hundreds of illegal guns off the streets in this state because of those consent searches. So for any number of reasons, I think that this is a good policy. Comprehensive bills are problematic surely, but sometimes we do them anyway. Sometimes they're necessary. And certainly that was the case with the police bill back in 2020. And I submit to you that there's naturally going to be good parts of legislation like that, and there's going to be problematic parts. And this one's a problematic part. It's a good place to go back and reverse it for the benefit and the safety of all of our residents. So I will certainly be supporting the amendment today and urge everyone to as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. This one's a little bit easier for me to address. I actually, to the First Amendment, find how we handle an officer dealing with someone who is clearly and obviously ingesting something that will depreciate their ability to responsibly operate their vehicle to be something that deserves greater conversation. I actually think our GOT commissioner is working on that. I have had numerous conversations with our judiciary chair about approaches that we need to take to address that issue. When it comes to consent searches, however, this might be just being married to a law professor, but they're commonly referred to as no suspicions searches in the conversations that I have around my dinner table, in which officers have no reasonable suspicion to conduct a search. Otherwise, they would utilize that ability and instead rely on the power of their position to convince somebody that they must allow them to search their vehicle. It's called no suspicion searches, as well as consent searches. I definitely know this has no real relevance before the Transportation Committee, as this impacts both criminal and civil procedure, and certainly is weighed in by the Judiciary Committee on a routine basis. So I'm not going to challenge germaneness at all. Then, technically these things happen largely inside of vehicles or as a result of a vehicle stop. So I guess there is a tangent of germaneness on this issue, but this would impact beyond that as well. But with that, I would encourage people to vote no on this issue. This is an issue of constitutional consequence that is often handled before our Judiciary Committee, and I do not believe belongs as part of the blood alcohol content conversation that we're having here today. So again, with the greatest respect to my good colleague, I'm going to encourage people to vote no on this issue. Seeing no other hands or questions or concerns, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on on amendment number 2 to JFS 3194?
This is an immediate roll call vote to make an amendment to repeal section 54-33 of LCO number 3194. Senator Cohen.
No.
Representative Lamar.
No.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Berger-Travallo.
No.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang, yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal. Representative Bronco.
Yes.
Representative Carney. Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes no.
Representative Chalesky.
Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes no.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning votes no.
Representative Farrar.
Farrar votes no.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes no.
Representative Khanna.
Khanna votes no.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vahey.
McCarthy Vahey votes no.
Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes. No, sorry. I repeat. Rep. Michelle votes no.
That is enough for your vote, Representative. Representative Morin Bello.
Morin Bello votes no.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
O'Day votes yes. Wait a minute.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes no.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims is a no.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Representative Turco.
Turco votes no.
Representative Salzowski. Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has entered the room?
Norman, Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman votes no. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you, Senator.
And we can see you. Just in case you didn't know that.
Is there anyone else's names I have not called? And that is the rule, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, for purposes of closing the amendment, could you inform the committee of the vote total?
Total votes are as follows: 13 yea, 19 nay, 4 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Amendment number 2 fails. Representative O'Day.
Amendment 2 of 12, you said? No, I'm just kidding. Look, I do appreciate the chair's indulgence on this. Just for clarity, though, I think when the good chair said that Senate Bill 445 is similar to my First Amendment, my understanding is 445 does not, I'm looking at it, does not actually repeal 5433P. So I don't think it's the same vote. I'm obviously on judice, so I'll flush that out on Wednesday. And without belaboring this any further, I would ask that if this gets out of committee, which someone who's been here for a dozen years, I'm pretty sure I know where it's going to happen. I would like to be part of the discussion. I'm going to vote no on this, not because I'm in favor of anyone drinking and driving, not because I don't think that they're lowering the rate from 0.08 to 0.05 might be effective. I'm voting no because I think there's the support of our police and helping them to get their stops back to where they were, decreasing the speed on our highways and addressing the marijuana and other drug issue is so much more important in saving lives. And I'm not sure, and again, I got to see the information. The good commissioner testified that he was going to send it to us. I haven't seen it yet. I'm not sure this is going to save a single life, whereas the other, my amendments, I'm positive would save lives. So that's the purpose of my no now, but I would appreciate the opportunity to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle as this moves forward through the system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Day. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a difficult bill. We certainly know that, and we do want to save lives. I am disappointed that both amendments failed, but we did have some good conversation. I'd like to hope that conversation will continue, and I know that the good chairman will work with the rankings on this. Today, I am going to be a no out of committee, but I do look forward to more discussions on this to make sure our roadways are safe and that we address all facets of what's going on our roadways. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Burger Cavallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a lot of things going on in this building, but I felt it was important to get back in, and I was very glad that we were able to vote on the amendment that was offered. I think we as a committee, and it sounds like a broken record, it is all about safety on our roads. And this is a part of the solution. I think we all can agree on that. But it is a very challenging one because when there's only one other state in this union that have addressed this issue, I applaud the courage and the conviction of Commissioner Euclid, as well as the committee leadership in these conversations. I applaud all the people that came out and spoke in favor of this bill, from MAD to many of our advocates in regards to traffic safety. I thank them because when we talk repeatedly about preventable deaths on our roads, preventable tragedies, it is not just the victims and those that are impacted on the roads, but it's our family members, those family members that continue to live with the struggle. And the saddest part about all of this is it's a preventable tragedy. I know we talk quite a bit about this. So, I'll be supporting this bill because I think we need to do something in regards to changing the culture of drinking and driving, changing the culture of awareness that impairment of alcohol is an integral part of preventing, of causing dangers on our roads. But as you have seen by these amendments, there's a real concern about the legalization of marijuana in the state of Connecticut. And I said in public hearing, it should not be a coincidence that we have seen post-COVID the accelerated danger on our roads, and the coincidence, if you would say, that marijuana legalization combined with alcohol have contributed to these kind of road fatalities and road dangers. So for us to pass through a bill only looking at blood alcohol level and rejecting these amendments related to cannabis as it affects safety on our roads, I think we as a committee are only doing part of our job. And I know there's some legal precedents, there's some law enforcement considerations, but if we're truly focused as a committee and looking at traffic and road safety, then we shouldn't use as an excuse some of the legal or judicial perspectives. Maybe they will say differently, but I think if we as a committee want to take on the mantle of roadway safety, of impaired driving, then we should have accepted those amendments in part in addition to blood alcohol content. That's my opinion, and it weighs on me that we as a committee only went halfway in this. I think another critical factor that ties into law enforcement, we've had tremendous testimony, one of which was Representative Howard as a law enforcement official, but we can do anything and everything we can in regards to legislation. But you can't teach common sense. You can't teach a recklessness and a disregard for your own safety and other safeties. And I think a big part of this BAC bill needs to address funding for enforcement. We have now a new initiative in recent weeks in which the governor has made the decision to support funding and put out a very, very impactful law enforcement. And even as I'm driving up to and from Hartford, from my home in Fairfield, I've seen that enforcement, and it sends a message. I think for us to say increase blood alcohol content restrictions and do the things that we need to do, that we're committed as a committee in Vision Zero. If we don't support our law enforcement to enforce these laws, it's gonna be tragedy as usual. And I'm very frustrated that we put law enforcement and tie one hands behind their back. We don't support them in funding. We don't support them in staffing. We don't support them in their ability to do their job. So we can make all the laws we want, but if it's not being enforced, and if we're handcuffing one hand behind their back, and we're not addressing the other issues of impairment, I really do believe we are doing an incomplete job. As I said before, I'm going to support this bill moving forward, but I implore this committee and I implore the vision that we are particularly focused on in safety, that everything else should be on the table. And unfortunately, my disappointment in this bill is it doesn't put everything on the table. And the only people that lose are the people that suffer preventable tragedies, if not from alcohol, then from substance abuse and marijuana. And that, to me, is a terrible shame. So again, I implore the good work of this committee leadership and the relationship that we built, and the focus that we have in traffic safety. And I would hope that as we move it along, as a work in progress, that we push out a bill related to impairment on the road and address all aspects of impairment and not just selectively ones that we can address. So I thank the chair for the time and being able to offer those comments. I want to thank Representative O'Day for his passionate advocacy and understanding. And let's be clear, Representative O'Day is raising the same questions I am in regards to how we can reduce impairment on the roads. And it's not reflected. And I'm, again, disappointed these amendments didn't work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Berger Gavallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to everyone who has participated in this conversation. In particular, I do want to thank my good colleague to the right for his passion. You should have felt him vibrating over here. It was pretty intense. I do want to return to some of the language that was used when we had the hearing by Thomas Chapman from the National Transportation Safety Board. Number one, and actually this was how he kind of closed out, at least in my notes, closed out the conversation, which was far and away alcohol is a bigger problem than cannabis, but cannabis is a growing problem. And I want to assure my colleagues who supported the amendments that my colleagues also, the ones who have reached out to me, do take that very seriously, and anything that we consider here in this conversation will be considered in whatever appropriate venue, and it will be considered with great weight, because we do agree that that this is a growing problem and one that we will begin to see more information on. The whole point of this is to separate drinking from driving. This is another quote from Mr. Chapman from the NTSB. He did make very clear that in Utah, when this was passed, 19.8% reduction in the fatal crash rate is what occurred. That's significant. That is tremendous, actually. And given the fact that we all know how serious it has been here in Connecticut, right down to losing someone very dear to all of us, I believe that we take that very seriously, and a 19.8% reduction in fatal crashes is important, and it is significant. And then just the last piece that he also talked about was enforcement. And I know that that is a concern to all of us as well. And he made very clear that while there was not a dramatic increase in enforcement, there was still a measurable deterrent impact. The data that they have supports this will reduce fatal crashes. And that is the point. And I know that everybody here agrees that that is such an important thing. Thanks to everybody for participating in this. And thank you to all of my colleagues who have reached out to me with your concerns and reached out to the chairs of this committee because we understand that we're all on the same page when it comes to how important this is. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just very briefly, something mentioned in the testimony from the other day about stop testing. And, you know, basically if they're doing lab testing, they basically stop after the alcohol sample. So something I would encourage all of us is to be looking at, we need more. I think we don't have the whole data set, you know, on this issue. We don't have the whole data set. I think it'd be important for us and productive for us to understand, you know, the whole issue. So I just want to encourage us to maybe support that in some way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it was one of the issues that I talked to someone from the governor's office immediately after that. And we do continue to test in the case of fatalities. So fatalities, you have a full understanding of the toxicity that someone's experiencing. But in non-fatal accidents, you're right, we don't have that full data. They test to the first indicator and then they stop testing after that. I think it's prohibitively expensive at this point in time, but as the technology kind of evolves, we're hoping that the cost will come down. I will continue to work with the governor's office and Department of Transportation to see exactly what it would take to get the necessary revenues to continue that. Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chair. I just wanted to thank everyone for the discussion today. I can't help but think about during the hearing, I think we were tasked by one individual specifically, have we done everything we can? And I think when I think about the vote today, I think about that question, are we doing everything we can? I see the vote to vote in the affirmative on this bill today as a way that we as lawmakers can do absolutely everything we can to save lives. And just adding to Representative Berger-Gravalo's point, I think what I was most taken by was the Transportation Safety Board's note that between the 0.05 and the 0.079 blood alcohol level, the individuals could be at least 7 times more likely to be in a crash. And I think that's what's so compelling to me is that we know that lowering this blood alcohol level can save lives, and it can simply support our police officers in the field to be able to make sure that they have that ability. And I welcome this discussion, but I do hope that all of our colleagues, again, take seriously that we really have taken this moment to do everything we can to protect the residents of our state. So thank you to the chair.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of my colleagues here today and online as we sort of, discuss the merits of the legislation before us. And I do appreciate the good representatives' points well made with respect to cannabis and the need to go further. There is no doubt that this is a multifaceted problem when we talk about safety on our roadways. We know that 2022 from the commissioner was the deadliest on Connecticut roadways. And we know also from the commissioner that 2024 is on track to be even deadlier. That's really concerning. And are there reasons for that, such as speeding and reckless driving, as well as perhaps cannabis impairment? I wouldn't argue no. I really do believe that this is a multifaceted issue and deserves a multifaceted approach. I also believe in incremental progress and making sure that we're being pragmatic in our approach and recognizing that a number of deaths are the result of BAC and purely the result of alcohol intoxication. And we heard that, in fact, it is the result of 0.05 to 0.079 in some cases. I also want to remind the committee, because I think it's really important as we discuss this, that we're not just talking about impacting lives with respect to deaths on our roadways. We are talking about impacting lives with respect to severe injury as well. As somebody who has had folks in my district hit by drunk drivers and lose limbs because of it, and other serious consequences and impacts as a result of driving under the influence, I think it behooves us to look at that full picture when we're talking about 0.05 to 0.079 and not just talk about the deaths related to impairment, but how lives can be changed forever because of it. I also appreciate my good colleagues' remarks with respect to deterrence. That's really important in this conversation. We are not looking to throw more people behind bars, task our police officers who are already feeling strained out there. Certainly, we could use more officers on our road, but we are looking to deter the activity of drinking and driving or driving under the influence. But again, in appreciation of the comments today and what we heard at public hearing, I think both my co-chair and I, as well, in discussions with the ranking members, recognize that. And it's a reason for the additions in the substitute language today, ensuring that this legislative body can get reports back from DOT and DESP with respect to our drug recognition experts, how we're doing there, with respect to strategies when it comes to driving under the influence of cannabis in particular. And with respect to the programming out there, I know we've been hearing a lot about pilot programs with regard to police phlebotomists, as well as roadside saliva testing. So a lot is happening. This is changing. It's a fluid situation, but we absolutely need to take action to save lives on our roadways and to prevent serious injuries on our roadways. So I would encourage members to vote this out of committee today with the recognition that this is a work in progress, but also a recognition of not only the results we've seen in Utah, which are astounding and very positive, but the results we're seeing in 100+ other countries that have a lower BAC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 424, LCO number 3194. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you please redo your vote?
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Berger-Trafalo,
Yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes with the encouragement of the good chair saying it's a work in progress.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no with the hopes of working further on this bill.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Conley votes no.
Representative Densho, Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio's no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning is yes.
Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes to get this out of committee with strong trepidation, but recognize the hard work that has been done on this by the chairs of the committee, and I'm hoping to continue the further discussion. Thank you.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna's a yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mar,
Mara votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Michaud, Representative Morinbello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day's no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario in the negative, but hoping that we get some further work done on the bill.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes no, in hopes that we can get further conversations and work on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco, Representative Salzowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Mr. Clerk, Representative Michelle votes no to flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. And just a quick reminder, votes will remain open until an hour after the close of the meeting. Moving, we made such great progress. We're going to have the same conversation again to a certain extent. We're going to move on to item number 9, SB 425, LCO 3172. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Berger Carvalho. Sorry about that. This one takes a different approach to the same issue, recognizing again where the science and data is driving us. This, instead of lowering the blood alcohol content level specifically to 0.05, it creates a new violation where it would subject folks who test between 0.05 but less than 0.08 to a fine of $100 to $200 for a first violation and $300 to $500 for a second violation and a 45-day driver's license suspension. It requires police officers who issue these citations for driving while ability impaired to suspend the person's driver's license for 24 hours. It requires the violators to take an intoxicated operators retraining program. And if they do not take the operator retraining program, DMV can suspend their license. With that, is there any commentary? Representative O'Day.
Just more briefly. I've got obviously similar concerns. I do like this legislation better. I am going to vote no with the understanding that I'm not opposed conceptually to this concept. I am opposed to us not addressing what I think are the bigger issues facing our citizenry, and that is the speed and our law enforcement being encouraged to actively police as opposed to discouraged. So I'm going to vote no, but again, I hope to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on it going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 423, LCO number 3172. Senator Cohen,
Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Carvalho,
Not senator. Never call me senator. I'm a yes. Just kidding.
It's been a long day. Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco, Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Conley votes no.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you please repeat your vote?
Conley votes no.
Thank you. Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
To social determinants of health interventions. WIC is in every sense of the word.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Participating moms and
Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna's a yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Michel,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin-Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
O'Day, no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario also in the affirmative.
Representative Sims, Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco, Representative Salztowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone else's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, reminder, votes remain open for an hour after the close of today's meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Representative DiCaprio. Mr. Clerk, could you take Representative DiCaprio's vote?
Wait, everybody leave.
Representative DiCaprio, how do you vote?
I apologize for being late. DiCaprio's a no.
Is there anyone else's names I have not called yet or would like to vote for Senate Bill 423 to be JFS to the floor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Dancho, we're having difficulty ascertaining your intent on the bill. If we could, we can come back to you.
Yeah.
If you want to try one more time, that'd be fine, but we cannot see or hear you right now.
I'm sorry. I would like to hold my votes to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dancho. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on, we're just going to keep in the same vein here, keep us here for a little bit. Moving on to item number 7 on today's agenda, HB 5057. This would be a straight JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Berger Gavallo. The bill before us standardizes our current drive-only license. There are members of this committee, myself included, who worked on the original version of drive-only licenses that passed House of Representatives and then the Senate about a decade ago. Numerous states since Connecticut acted have similarly moved forward in offering drive-only licenses to otherwise undocumented individuals in our state. The stated purpose at the time, and I think remains true to this day, is offering opportunities for our drivers to get credentialized, to go through driver training, to ensure that they receive the proper education and testing so that they have a valid reason to drive in our state. Increases safety across the board. We heard testimony at the time of improved insurance compliance, improved driver safety training programs, and we heard from public safety officers about the importance of offering a drive-only license. Now, in the preceding decade since, a number of states have moved forward with versions of what Connecticut helped to pioneer, but they've done it a little differently than we have. And this opportunity that was presented to us by the governor's office today would make our drive-only licenses more similar to our traditional license offering. It changes the duration of the license up to 8 years, just like the license that I receive. Right now, the commissioner has discretion to offer licenses anywhere between 3 to 6 years. And in practice, it looks like drive-only licenses are issued for only 3-year periods, but there's a discretion right now that we would make, that we would eliminate and ensure that there's consistency with what a traditional license is offered. It eliminates the following required markings on a drive-only license, and this is probably what you'll hear the most conversation about today. Right now, there is a mark on a drive-only license that says for driving purposes only. And secondly, there's language on the back that states that it cannot be used for voting purposes. Now, the bill before us retains existing law's prohibition on using a drive-only license as identification for voting purposes. Under federal Real ID requirements, states must include security markings on driver's licenses indicating the card's level of compliance with Real ID. For Real ID compliant cards, states generally must include a gold star or cutout star. For non-compliant cards, which this would be, it would state that must include the words "not for federal identification" or similar language. Again, there are a number of people who came out at public hearings we had, and I know a number of people who've been on this committee a long time will remember them. We actually had a public hearing down at Wilbur-Cross High School in New Haven at the time. We had hearings up in this building. We heard from hundreds, and I mean hundreds of individuals about how this would markedly improve their lives. And I contend to this day, credentializing Connecticut drivers, having folks go through driver training programs, having the ability to legally and safely operate your vehicle on the way to work, onto school, onto places of where you go to religious opportunities or just socialize, offering people a license is a way to remarkably improve folks' lives, and people shouldn't feel that they're at risk of being arrested or deported because they're just driving their car. And sadly, what has happened in the last few months, frankly, and we hear may happen in a more broad scale basis, is that states are looking at the Connecticut license specifically. They're looking at the very credential that we offer our residents. They're looking at our credential and saying, aha, we can get somebody. Now, I understand that this implicates in some people's minds immigration policy. I understand that this implicates in some people's minds voter fraud. I understand that there's implication about what we're doing here on a variety of different aspects of public life and public policy. I would contend the only issue before us is how we credentialize Connecticut residents for purpose of driving their vehicles, an issue that was settled 10 years ago. And now this before us is about the ancillary negative consequences of the very credential our state has chosen to give people. Our Commissioner Guerrera, who was before us just a few weeks ago talking about this bill, I don't remember him being an early adopter of this policy. When we first had this conversation, I don't recall him being its chief introducer or really being too in favor of it. I remember those being a lot of hard conversations. But eventually, the commissioner reached the same point that I think a lot of us reached, which is safety on our roadways. How do we get more drivers credentialized, have insurance, able to operate their road without fear? If they get in an accident, they don't feel that they have to flee. If they want to drive to work, they don't feel like they're taking the risk to their family. And sadly, what other states have chosen to do, namely Florida in this circumstance, is use that credential against people. I applaud the governor for introducing this bill to us, for bringing it to us. I do believe it would bring us in conformity with the numerous other states that have acted after us. Only ourselves and Delaware are the only two states that make this demarcation on our license. And I passionately encourage folks to vote yes and to bring a level of safety to Connecticut drivers when they travel out of state. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this was long before I was here, so I will defer afterwards to my colleague. But I just wanted to, first, as I'm looking at it again, I looked at the testimony again, but we didn't hear from our registrars, our city, well, mostly our registrars. And I was surprised at that because I did actually get a call recently and they had concerns about what they would now be looking for. So I just want to be clear, the markings are changing slightly, and how will they know when they're registering someone to vote, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, on the license itself, this bill would eliminate the following markings that are currently required. One is the mark that indicates that the license is for driving purposes only. That would be removed from the license. And two, there's language on the back that states that it cannot be used for voting purposes. Both those demarcations on the license would be removed. And to your question about voter registration, we heard a lot about that during the public testimony. Folks concerned that licenses are going to get abused when folks go to the polls. I would, again, like I contended during the public hearing, there's a series of violations would have to occur before someone was ever in that circumstance, and would be a series of frauds that have to be perpetrated. And the license does not make it easier to do any of that stuff. And I got great insight into the voter registration process. Again, many non-citizens currently have normal non-drive only licenses, and there's never been a problem with those folks registering to vote either via pre-registration or election day registration. Folks know you're not allowed to do that. Non-citizens can even have a real ID license in some circumstances. Your license is not proof of citizenship. Like, no one should think of a license as a proof of citizenship. The DMV automatic system right now, as well as the Secretary of State's system, both have safeguards in place for automatic voter registration, which is what we heard a lot about, that ensure that these license recipients will not be registered to vote. That's true under current law and if the law changes to the standard. The voter registration form that you fill out, both for election day registration and for mail-in or in-person early voter registration, requires you to check a box saying that you are a U.S. citizen. If people are checking that box when they are not, in fact, U.S. citizens, they are, in fact, engaging in a degree of fraud that is punishable by imprisonment and deportation. So there are serious consequences to this level of fraud, all before someone would show up at an election day or a voting location and be asked to prove who they are by showing photo ID. None of that is made easier. Nothing about engaging in election fraud is made easier by offering a license with removing those parameters. There you go.
Thank you for the thorough explanation. And then just one last question. I guess it would be, would there be any kind of a fiscal note to DMV? Do they have to change any of their, as far as how they're putting out the license, or could you address that, please? Thank you.
Sure. I do think it wasn't indicated in the testimony, but I do presume that there would be a cost associated with transferring folks from the license that exists now to the traditional license structure. But we don't have that information before us. After this bill leaves committee, that is when OFA usually begins to look at this in greater detail and work with our agencies to get a fuller, firmer understanding of what the total cost of the program would be.
Thank you very much.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple follow-up quick questions before I get into some more detail. To follow up to your comments, if I understand your comments correctly, was it your testimony that before anybody can vote same day, their name is run through a DMV database to confirm that they're legal and able to vote?
Thank you. It is my understanding that the process, how it plays out, that you fill out a voter registration form, both for EDR and early in-person in traditional voter registration form. It requires you to check a box saying that you are a U.S. citizen. And so if you have not checked that box that you are a citizen, you will not be entered into the system.
Okay, so, but if they check off that, so I agree with you that you have to provide multiple frauds, but in order to fraudulently vote on election day, but when you say that this bill, if it's passed, won't make it easier, I don't understand how that can possibly be made. If somebody's got a license, for example, my wife has a license that says not valid for federal identification. It's not a real ID. However, she has utilized that to vote. And my understanding is that the registrars have told me that one of the ways they train volunteers is to have them look for a DO, and they know that DOs cannot be used for voter identification. Whether I understand the law doesn't require photo ID, but it does require some form of ID. Now, whether it's a bill or anything else. So did I understand your comment correctly that you don't, if we make the DO only license, drive only license, look the same as my wife's license, that doesn't make it easier to fraudulently vote?
That is how I see this. And this is how it would have to play out. You'd have to commit the first fraud, which is indicate that you are a citizen. You'd have to then register to vote. You'd have to engage in a series of frauds first. And then when you show up to vote at the polling location, you then could provide literally anything to confirm your identification, including a license. But the license itself is not a requirement to vote. So if someone wants, actually actively goes to this serious level of fraud to end up in that circumstance, they're not going to bring their license. That isn't what they would bring. They would bring something else. So I think it's a false equation to think that because we're offering our residents a degree of protection when they travel out of state, that somehow there's going to be rampant fraud at our polling locations. If that were to occur, it would have occurred with their student ID. It would have occurred with their passport. It would have occurred with their electric bill. It would have occurred with 100 different other things that we've never seen any evidence of. And so I think the concern about the false use of identification is real, but we have no evidence to base the use of license in that respect. And instead, we do know that that very credential with those markings will be used actively against our residents when they travel out of state.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I also believe that same day registration registration is run through the Connecticut voter registration system. So we can get confirmation of that with the registrar of voters. But it will flag, because all the documentation remains the same, the Connecticut voter registration system. The acronym I'm thinking about, Connecticut CVRS, is it would apply similarly to same day voter registration and would flag this person as not being able to vote.
Thank you very, very much for that. My concern, I hear you and I agree with you that there are multiple layers of fraud when you register beforehand. What I'm concerned about is the same day registration. And if the good chairs are correct, that person, before they are allowed to vote, gets run through a system to make sure that they don't have a drive-only license, that whatever ID they utilize confirms that they are valid residents of the state of Connecticut. That would alleviate my concern somewhat. But it's broader than that. And I'll with the good chair's indulgence, I was one of the people negotiating this bill back when it was passed with my good colleague from the 95th. And back when it was initially passed, we thought it was being rushed. And so I don't think there was a single Republican that voted for it. And it harkened me back to now what's going on. As I said to the good speaker, I've said to the governor, and I'm sure I've mentioned to everybody in this room, when you can't get a single person from the other side of the aisle to agree with the vote, it might be because the bill being proposed is not a good one. And I say that with all due respect to my good chairs. This committee has traditionally been very bipartisan, and I do I say that with fullness of heart. But when we negotiated this bill, it was rushed through, and it had to get fixed the very next year. And we were told the reason for this bill, drive-only licenses, was to make our roadways safer. Okay, to get more people getting their driver's license and learning how to drive, and to get them insured. That was the purpose of this bill, this drive-only license bill. And while I disagreed with it at the time, it's come to be, and there's a number of news articles about how it's changed some people's lives that are here. And look, whether you call them illegal, like Bill Clinton, President Clinton did, and President Obama did, or you call them undocumented, the fact of the matter was they were helped by these DOs. And I'm glad they were. As I've said publicly, I said on the floor of the House, I want our roadways safer, and I want to help those in need of help. This is not a passport. The problem we're addressing hasn't even occurred yet. I am unaware, Mr. Chair, has any single Connecticut resident, illegal or otherwise, been given, and mind you, the law that was passed in Florida was for a ticket. It wasn't deportation. It was for a ticket. Citation, I think $75.
Unmute.
So, Mr. Chair, are you aware of any Connecticut resident, legal or illegal, being given a ticket in Florida because of the DO license?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And I do not know firsthand of anyone who's been ticketed or arrested under the program. I have seen the language that's being used in both Florida and Texas and Alabama and Georgia, where these have been introduced in the past. So while I don't have direct correspondence with anyone who's been impacted by this in another state, that is a fair point. I haven't yet to hear from someone. I have seen the increasing rhetoric and emulation of the Florida model and its more aggressive potential offerings in other states.
Thank you for that. I am unaware of anyone getting a ticket, because remember now, we're talking about getting a ticket. It reminds me of Allen Iverson's old, practice. We're talking about a ticket. So we want to change our law in Connecticut that was negotiated in good faith on the threat of someone getting a ticket in Florida. So the reason why I'm passionate about this even more probably than the other is because we negotiated this deal. And as part of it, we were supposed to be given information about the number of those who were uninsured at the time. Now, I do a lot of defense work, and I am fully aware that we have a number of people driving on our highways without insurance. And those people, they're called uninsured or uninsured motors. And when that happens, the public is harmed. Because if you're injured, you have to either go through your own insurance or you're out of luck. And so the purpose of this bill was to get somebody ID so that they can get driver's license, learn how to drive, and get insurance. And as part of that, we were told we were going to be given information on how many more people got insurance so that less people were driving uninsured. And to date, the minority leader in the House, nor I have received any such information on how effective, if at all, the DO licenses were. What I do have is, and I gave credit to the CT Mirror doing outstanding work in on the issue with regard to blood alcohol and the safety on our roadways because of reckless driving. I want to give credit to NBC News. As I discussed during the hearing, you know, and I heard the good chair respond to it about it, but this article from November 2019, I had asked for, there was a memo written on the fraudulent drive-only licenses that were obtained. And I asked the commissioner to get us information on how many fraudulent driver licenses were obtained under this policy program for each year and what was done in response to that. I've yet to see that information. I'm not casting aspersions at our good commissioner. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's probably the best DMV commissioner we've ever had. What I am saying is we should not be voting on this bill without that information. We are trying to address a problem that hasn't happened yet in a state that we're not in control of, or states. And we don't even know the number of fraudulent DOs, driver's licenses there are, and how they've been investigating them. The DMV's document integrity unit literally knows, or is supposed to investigate. They caught 87 people back in 2019 or 2018 obtaining fraudulent DOs with commercial residences. That's 87. There's now an estimated 61,000 undocumented Connecticut residents with driver-only licenses. How many of those 61,000 were obtained fraudulently? 1? 60,000? We don't have the answer to that. How many of those DO license onlys got insurance, which we promised they would? They did get the driver's license, so they're driving with a license after passing a test, which is good. But how many actually got the insurance for their vehicle? We don't know that. We've been asking for that. As part of the negotiation, everybody agrees we don't want people who shouldn't be voting. And to the commissioner's credit, we don't automatically register or ask people with DO only to register. But if we take away the DO only license and the statement on the back that not valid for voter identification, same day registration is still a problem, in my opinion. Now, I wish we had more time to flush this out before this was being JFS'd, but unfortunately, we're voting on it today on Monday rather than Wednesday or Friday. But there is no dispute by anyone. We just had Bridgeport. How many elections did we go through because of the fraudulent voting that was going on, ballot stuff? Now, it wasn't related to the DO license. I concede that. But I know, and I, to the good chair's tongue-in-cheek remarks, because we are friends. In DC, the animosity between the far right and far left has never been worse. Back in 2016, people forget it, but 2016, there were a number of, nobody in this room, but there was a number of, including the losing candidate, claiming voter fraud and Russian interference. Then in 2020, there was a lot from the right side saying voter fraud, interference. To dismiss our concerns as invalid, and I'm not saying that you are, but to dismiss those of us who have concerns about making it easier for fraudulent voting after what happened in Bridgeport, and that the DTC chair in Stanford got convicted of 20 felonies for voter absentee balloting fraud. It's real. The concerns are real that people have about voter integrity. And the fact that we've got, as was quoted by my good friend who's, when he was deputy commissioner, he called it, then deputy commissioner, now commissioner, admit it's a potentially serious problem. They've whittled it down from 30,000 potential fraudulent DOs to 9 and maybe less, 1,000. And they caught 87. And of those 87, 1 in 5 used commercial locations in Shelton, New Haven, Norwalk, and Berlin. So that's a real concern. And for those of us who are fighting the battle every day saying, look, Connecticut is not DC, and we're not. But we need our voices heard. And this goes against our negotiated agreement. And look, I hear the good chair about things have changed, but we're changing this agreement based on something that hasn't happened in another state. A ticket, not practice, ticket, not game, ticket. And I will say, even the DMV is quoted. A DMV employee is quoted in the NBC article from November of 2019 that, so this internal memo, which we've asked for and haven't gotten, that the internal, an employee said, DMV employees familiar with the program said they have serious concerns talking with NBC Connecticut Investigates off camera for fear of retribution. One said, it surprises me that the higher-ups don't seem concerned about this. I'm pretty sure on countless times examiners have brought them documents that seem fishy and they're just pushing it through. And out of those 87 fraudulent DOs, all they had to do to get their license back was pay a $175 fine. They weren't even arrested for fraudulent documents. And I'll tell you, apparently there were lawyers involved. The good chair pointed out, I did some research. Those lawyers should have been disbarred. They should have been disbarred. They're committing a crime here. And people all have to do is they fill out a fraudulent address, and all they have to do is pay a fine for $175, and those lawyers are still practicing law? It's outrageous. We have a serious problem in this nation of people believing that our votes don't matter. That's the precipice of anarchy. And I know it's a bit of a hyperbole because Connecticut is different. But we negotiated a deal. The back of the license was supposed to say drive, not valid for voting purposes. And we're going to change that deal and risk people thinking that our votes don't matter because somebody might get a ticket in Florida. That angers me. Now, that article also points out, and I use his name only because he's quoted in the article, so it's public information. Luis Ramirez, an Uber driver from New Haven, Connecticut. When the program passed, oh my God, I was a very happy man. That made me happy. Truly. my heart filled. Because we've helped tens of thousands of immigrants get their driver's license, learn how to drive properly, and hopefully get insured. It's on faith that they're insured. We don't know that. We've been asking for information on it. We don't know that. But he also said that, quote, I know there are a lot of problems with it, and I'm certain there's a lot of fraud, but just fix the fraud. Don't get rid of the program. I have yet to hear what, if anything's been done to fix the obvious fraud that's going on with our DO licenses. We asked for it. I would have wished that this bill would have come up later on in the week so we could have heard from the good commissioner, who I have the utmost trust and faith in. But I have yet to get it, either the memo or any of it. So we know we've got a fraud problem with the DOs. We don't know how rampant it is, whether it's 1 or 60,000. And we know the program helps. We also know that by removing the language in the back, a number of us believe it's going to adversely impact voter integrity. Now, I'm looking forward to talking about that more, but in the meantime, what I'd like to do is call an amendment, again, out of my respect for the chair and the process. Everyone received this amendment, written amendment on HB 5057, and it's simple. I'm going to strike the bracket in line 93 and insert an opening bracket after the period in line 95. So the stated purpose of this is simply to require that the back of the license continue to contain the language indicating that it cannot be used for voting purposes, as was negotiated when this came out. And happy to discuss it further. We'll discuss it further once I get a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative O'Day has proffered an amendment number 1 to HB 5057. Is there a second on the amendment? Second, by Representative Kennedy. The amendment having been filed with LCO and the clerk and distributed to committee members, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Like I said, all it does is leave in the language that requires, as negotiated in good faith with my good colleague from the 95th, that the back of the license remain and say that it's not valid for voting purposes. I am willing to commit to helping push through, once we've received the information that we're addressing the drive-only fraud that we know exists, and we get information that the people are getting insurance with the DO licenses, which I believe they hopefully are. Once those issues are addressed, I would be the first to step up and take a look at how we can address the possible program in Florida or elsewhere. But right now, our problem in Connecticut is making sure that the people have full faith in the integrity of our elections. And between what's going on in Bridgeport and what happened in Stamford, I got to tell you, there are a number of people on my side of the aisle that don't, and this is not helping that issue. So I move the amendment and ask my colleagues to support it. And when the vote's taken, I ask to be taken by roll. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative O'Day. And first, before I encourage people to vote against it, I want to start with some things that we agree on, which is, one, there is clear and obvious examples of voter fraud that happen in both Connecticut across the country. And you are right that every example of voter fraud that goes unprosecuted or that is taken lightly detracts from voter feeling of their elections being safeguarded, and that individuals' votes are somehow canceled, right? Like, you read the story in Bridgeport, the folks who live in Bridgeport feel like their vote didn't count for as much because people got away with something. And it feels like it's not being taken seriously if we don't address it, if we don't highlight it. And situations that we don't address through absentee ballot protections that we have to put in place, get to the heart of that issue. My feeling is this one doesn't. In fact, we've not found any examples of fraud using a drive-only license to vote. Zero. And the very fraud that you highlight with respect to the drive-only licenses, again, I would highlight was a driving school that was taking advantage of undocumented immigrants. And the very fraud that was referenced wasn't fraud that the person didn't pass the qualifications for a license, that they hadn't gone through the training program, is that they used an address to skirt a different address to skirt around how quickly they got the system. Fraud, nonetheless. I get it. You are right. It was a fraud. They looked at the entirety of the program. So when you see that big number of like tens of thousands of licenses could be fraud. Nope. They looked at the entirety of the program. They narrowed it down very specifically, found the very specific example that they were talking about it, and got it down to a couple dozen. And the fraud, again, was they used an improper address because the driving school themselves told them to. And it wasn't an intent to defraud the system or defraud the electoral process or to engage in any type of voter fraud. And I want to highlight, because I inadvertently spoke when I said the current law in Florida, it's only a ticket. You are correct. But guess what happened just 72 hours ago? This past Friday, March 15th, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signs bills that increase prison and jail sentences for immigrants who are living in the United States if they're convicted of driving without a license. That follows up the 2023 bill that you referenced, which essentially says a Connecticut driver's license isn't a license. We do not think that's a license. So now it is. You can be arrested. You can get prison time for driving without a license. And again, Connecticut license is not a license in their eyes. This is a credential, a state-issued credential that we issue, that our government issues to its residents. That we say, you comply with Connecticut law, you've done so legally, you've gone through driver training program legally, you're allowed to drive. The minute they leave our state, maybe not going to New York, Massachusetts, or Rhode Island, where they have drive-only licenses that don't have any of the demarcations that we force our residents to have here, you go to some states, the very ID that our state gives you, the very credential that Connecticut gives to its residents can be used against them. I understand the desire to ensure voter integrity in every aspect and the fear that this license could be used to commit voter fraud. While not founded in any evidence that I can find, I know that comes from a genuine place. My contention, of course, is that has not been the case. It has not been used for voting purposes. Fraud would be so much easier to complete in almost any other respect than utilizing this license. The reality, however, is though that this credential that the government issues to its residents is used against them if they drive in Florida, and it's likely to be emulated across many other states. We should not do that to our residents. Whether you don't think they should be here, whether you think everyone should go back to their home country. I know no one said that. I know people don't even really think that. But whatever your feeling is about immigration policy or voter integrity, we have a very real issue in front of us. The state of Connecticut, our government, the one that you and I represent, an agency that this committee has oversight over, issues a credential that will be utilized against them when they drive in Florida. The very possession of it. If you contended, like, I don't have my license with me, the officer, in many cases, okay, I'm going to let you go. But you show this license, you show this credential to somebody, the laws that DeSantis proudly, aggressively passed, and you should see his bill signing statements after signing them. I don't think anyone wants to align themselves with these comments. That's the direction a number of states are going, to look at Connecticut licenses and to say, let's get this guy. I know no one here in this room wants to do that. I know if we put folks out in front of this building and had them tell their stories about how their lives dramatically improved because they're able to get a license, they'd feel as you do. Their heart would fill. They'd feel glad that we were able to offer that opportunity for people living in our state. But that's not how that very credential is seen. I believe, frankly, it is our obligation to ensure that our Connecticut credential cannot be used against them. I'm more than willing to continue to work with you about different protections or considerations we may need to encourage for voter integrity in a variety of different spaces. I don't wish to conflate those frauds and that lack of confidence that we have in our electoral system. I don't wish to conflate that with the current treatment of this driving credential. With that, I'd encourage folks to vote no on the amendment. Seeing no other sorry. Representative O'Day.
Thank you. And look, I do appreciate the passion you have. I have not seen, when you talk about there were only a few dozen of the fraudulent DOs, I haven't seen that information. You talk about it. If I see it, I've been wrong before. Just ask my wife. I'll be wrong again. But I need to see the information. And I need to see what was done to catch the fraud. What is the document integrity unit doing to make sure these DO licenses that we're giving out are not utilizing commercial addresses? I didn't hear. I was told I would get that information. I haven't seen it. So, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I hope that list is going, Jim. Thank you, Representative O'Day. And I agree. You did ask for it during the public hearing. I should have followed up to make sure that you received it before this meeting. I did not follow up with the commissioner on that one. I will ensure that you receive whatever information we have that can be provided with you. Seeing no other comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll? Sorry, on the amendment. Amendment number 1, could you please call the roll? Oh, sorry. Again, amendment. I'm going to start this one over, Mr. Clerk. I got it. Motion been made and seconded to amend 5057 with amendment number 1 offered by Representative O'Day. The amendment strikes the opening bracket in line 93 and inserts an opening bracket at the line 95. That would require that the back of the license continue to contain language indicating that it cannot be used for voting purposes. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
This is an immediate roll call vote to make an amendment on House Bill 5057. Senator Cohen,
No.
Representative Lamar,
No.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Berger Travallo,
No.
Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes no.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes no.
Representative Conley,
Conley votes no.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes no.
Senator Fazio, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes no.
Representative Khanna,
Khanna votes no.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehi,
McCarthy Vehi votes no.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Senator Martin, Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes no.
Representative Morambella,
Rep. Morambella votes no.
Senator Needleman,
Needleman votes no.
Representative O'Day,
Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario also in the negative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco,
Turco votes no.
Representative Zawistowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? Senator Wong,
Senator Huang in the affirmative.
Senator Fazio votes yes.
is there anyone else's names I have not called or anyone who has recently entered the room? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Park. That's one.
Representative Steinberg, how do you vote?
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Is there anyone else's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, for purposes of closing the amendment. Oh, sorry. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Martin, how do you vote?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for the Mr. Clerk, for purposes of closing the vote, could you please announce the tally?
Total number of votes, 13 yay, 21 nay, 2 absent.
Mr. Clerk, are you certain of that vote count? Just checking. Sorry, no, sorry, I didn't mean to. It was a bad joke at a bad time. I apologize, Mr. Clerk. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much. Just to put a little knot on it, Bo, should I say, my first jury trial, 1991, the partner who I was second chair and he couldn't wait for the jury verdict. So he left. He said, just make sure you poll the jury at the end. I'm like, okay, having no idea what that meant. So the judge said at the verdict, anything else? I said, Your Honor, we'd like to poll the jury, not knowing what it meant. And that's what it means. You have the jury reclaim what their response was. So anyway, I'm not going to ask to poll the jury on this vote. I will say I am looking forward to trying to work with the committee. As I said earlier, I did work very hard with a good representative from the 95th to create this language, fix it the following year. Part of the compromise was this language on the back of the license to say not valid for voting purposes. The registrars have all told me that they utilize that when training their volunteers to look for the DO only license. Having been here, like I said, for 12 years, I know pretty sure I know what's going to happen with this vote. So, you know, I normally don't ask for something that I know is going to disenfranchise some voters, but at the end of the day, if we're so concerned about what's going to happen to residents outside of the state that hasn't happened yet, you know, we have on the license, if it's not starred, which is the real ID, so it says on it, not valid for federal travel, I think is what it says. You know, maybe we say when it's not valid for federal travel, you know, you have that, and we tell our registrars if it's not valid for federal travel, it shouldn't be valid for any form of ID for voting. I mean, if we want to be consistent, and I'll tell my wife she's got to go get another form of ID in addition to that, whether it's a bill or her passport or something to vote, because if we're so concerned about the person that hasn't happened to yet out of state, for the sake of voter integrity, I would say that we should do something more than what's going to be proposed to this legislation. So, and I also would my final comments, I still want to see the information. I want to see that memo that was drafted by DMV, where they talked about the DO voter drive only license fraud. And I still want to know what they've done since that time to address the known fraud. And I would also ask my colleagues, if I know what's going to happen and this is going to get through, we need to do something to address those that put on a fraudulent address shouldn't be allowed to pay $175 and get the license back. There's got to be ramifications to committing fraud on these DO licenses. Like I said, I want to help those that need the help, but those that are lying and committing fraud need to be punished. And I want to know what's being done to punish those that are committing fraud on our state. And I want to make sure that that is not rewarded or simply a slap on the wrist to allow pay a fine or citation. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still voting no, but I'm hoping to fix it down the line. Thank you, sir.
And I understand. And just as you did 10 years ago, like this conversation goes into a short session with only 6 weeks left, right? And so it's going to take a lot of conversations amongst a lot of parties to get any bill to the finish line at this point, certainly one like this. As you might imagine, I've been in direct conversations with the commissioner as we're here, saying that we might need some additional information from him, particularly with the results of that investigation, the internal investigation, where it's been indicated to us that the fraud, again, was not committed by individuals, but instead by an unscrupulous driving school who forced folks to register at alternate addresses for their purposes. That being said, you did request information. I will be an agent to help you get the information you need and ensure it's distributed to the entire committee. Seeing no other questions, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll on HB 5057?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5070.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, did I say JFS?
Yeah, and you got the numbers all wrong too. I got my glasses over here. Hold on. Mr. Clerk, for purpose of clarification, this vote is on HB 5057. JF to the floor.
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, House Bill 5070. One second. My apologies. This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, House Bill 5057. Senator Khan,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Travallo,
Yes.
it is what it is. Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, no.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio votes no.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehi, Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Michaud, Representative Morinbello,
Warren Bellows, yes.
Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin will vote in the affirmative for purposes of getting it out of committee, but looks forward to the information that Representative O'Day is asking for.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario in the affirmative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Senator Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Representative Salztowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has entered the room?
Mr. Clerk, my apologies. Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone else's names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If I don't say it enough, and I only usually say it on the last day of JF season, thank you so much for all the work to this point. It's a lot of stuff behind the scenes to manage the amendments and manage all the vote counts and get them all filed appropriately. And I would certainly be lost without you. So I do appreciate all the work keeping us in order. Moving on to number 10, and the hour's getting late. So thankfully we don't have anything controversial in this bill. So if there's a motion for HB 5330 LCO 3207, moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Burger Travallo. You'll notice some major changes from the bill we heard in the public hearing. The first of which was the removals of sections 1 through 4, which dealt with environmental interveners. There was a number of questions and concerns raised with that section. I do believe there's merit to the DOT commissioner's concern that this process can occasionally be utilized in a less than advantageous way for moving developments forward, moving construction projects forward. I think there's merit to even the proposal, but there were some deep concerns with it as well, and the committee did not feel comfortable moving forward with those sections at this time. For the most part, the rest of this bill generated very little controversy or concern, with one exception, which is the establishment of a 3-year endorsement on a motorcycle rider's permit, a motorcycle rider's license, indicating that they must wear a helmet for those 3 years. Again, this bill goes into a lot of other areas. The DOT commissioner recommended during the hearing. I know folks have questions and concerns, and so I'm going to turn it over to them. Seeing no questions or concerns. Okay. I got really, really excited for a second there. We're going to start with Representative Kennedy, and then we're going to go to Senator Wong. And if you want to ask your questions slowly so I can regroup, that'd be great too. Thank you.
The motorcycle. Okay, this has been a long and very tough day with some of these votes. And there's a lot in this bill that certainly does merit. And I do appreciate all the work of my House chair. I really do appreciate everything you've done. I still have some reservations, but I know that they can be worked out, but I'm just going to call that out right now. I will be a no vote today, but look forward to working with you more in the future on some of the items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. As I think people know, this committee, like these are the bills that we work on right up to the deadline to make sure folks feel comfortable with them, they understand where we're going with them, and in that they impact, again, every resident of our state. These bills get a lot of attention from the 4 of us, 5 of us really. Amy's sort of like a third chair here, to make sure that they are consistent with what our intent is, and to ensure that like we all feel a level of comfort with the direction of the state. So I do appreciate your continued involvement on all of these bills. Representative Carney and Representative O'Day can both attest. This committee asks a lot of its ranking members. We ask that we're part of this together. We function in a very unique sort of way for committees, and I do appreciate the intent and focus you put to this. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I absolutely agree with your statements in regards to how collaborative and how effective we can be. That's evident by Vision Zero last year, and some of the challenging bills that we have, and I think this is a bill that reflects that. Now, I'll first preface that this is based upon recommendations from the Department of Transportation, and I have the utmost respect for the commissioner, and I think this committee's leadership and members understand how much he's contributed to the overall transportation aspects. We may not always agree with him, but we greatly respect and applaud and are grateful for his contributions. This is a very big bill. There are provisions in here that are very, very important, and quite positive in regards to DOT recommendations, DOT safety, and execution. It ranges from public buses to rail identification to addressing bicycle traffic signals, which again is not a mandate and only would occur when new construction and new renovations of lights occur. Looking at traffic authorities, I'm kind of generalizing in regards to how big of a bill this is, and it reflects the kind of wide breadth our Transportation Committee has. I think there are a couple components that I have that raises concern, and it raises a concern significantly enough for me to also vote no, to encourage that we work toward making this bill in which we can get true bipartisan bicameral support, and we've done that in Vision Zero, and I think that's an important part. But I'd be remiss even though voting no, without acknowledging this committee's leadership's understanding and respect for public testimony from our environmental advocates, from individuals related to local input and control as it relates to section 1 and 4, which has been removed in regards to project decisions. So there are a lot of good things that we underwent in this process, but there are parts that are still in there that on a principle that I'm very, very concerned about. And my hope is that as we move this process along and that I get the commitment from our chairs and from the commissioner to be able to commit to it being a work in progress, that we can refine a product in which we can get unanimous bipartisan support from both the House and the Senate. I think when we can get to a bill that removes some segments that gets us to that kind of a decision, it reinforces the commitment that we have as a unified body to implement the plans that are thought out and can be executed and, most importantly, be put forth to success. So this is a vote in a committee to vote no, to flag this, and you have my utmost commitment to commit to working to getting the best possible bill with some refinement. And I trust that the leadership of this committee will be able to do so with the commissioner, given that this is the Commissioner of Transportation's bill. And I hope I'll get that commitment from you and working forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that sentiment. I mean, this is a annual bill that we work on that takes us right up to the deadline. And I don't know that I can get you unanimity in the House. I don't know if you remember, 151 is a tough number in the House. 142 I can usually aim for, though. It usually is a reasonable, respectable outcome for us. And that's my goal with this bill every year, is trying to get folks on board with what the direction of our state is going. And as you mentioned, it touches on every aspect of transportation policy in our state, and that impacts every individual in our state. And so there should be no real partisan divide on the issues inside of this bill if we do it right. So that is my commitment to you, as it's been my commitment ongoing, is to continue to work out the details of this that give people pause, to answer the questions where I can answer them, and then to ultimately make a determination about what is best for the state of Connecticut together. So I appreciate your commitment to that. Recognizing no other questions or concerns, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5330, LCO number 3207. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javala,
Yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang is a no with a work in progress. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy is a no today.
Representative Blumenthal,
Yes.
Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
DiCaprio's no.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Hannah's a yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey. I'm sorry, Representative Labriola, can you repeat your vote? Thank you. Representative McCarthy Vehy. Representative Mara. Senator Martin. Representative Michelle.
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin-Bello.
Rep. Morin-Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
O'Day is no.
Senator Austin. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes today.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalastowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the room, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I thought I saw someone coming online, but looks like no. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, moving on to item number 11, HB 5331, JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Berger-Gavallo. This one follows a practice we're seeing in a growing number of states, which prohibits DMV from suspending a person's driver license solely because they fail to pay fines associated with infractions or fail to appear in court regarding such an infraction. This is a cascading problem for folks who have their driver's license suspended and can't afford the restoration fee. They can't afford the time to have a license suspended, find alternative modes of transportation, get taxis and Ubers. And it's all stemming from a trip to Florida or to Disney World, and they got a speeding ticket in Georgia, and they didn't appear because they didn't know about the ticket. Sorry, they didn't know about the court date. They didn't get mail at their address they've been forwarded to. There's a series of other instances where people are losing their license and their ability to hold their job, take their kids to school, simply because of a consequence of not appearing in court. Now, granted, that is a serious violation. Like, you are required to appear in court when you are summoned, no doubt about it. And the person should face consequence for not appearing in court. That is something that I'm going to have to continue to work on, what the appropriate consequence is. In many other states, it's been community service, graduated payment plans. But what they don't do is suspend someone's license. Look, I know for a lot of us, pay the fine, frustrated with the state of Virginia for pulling you over on the way to Disney World or DC or wherever you're going. For a lot of folks, that ticket becomes an inability to hold their job the next day. And if someone accumulates a series of safety related tickets, they should lose their license. Those points accumulate on your license the same way they always would. You lose your license because you're a bad driver blowing through stop signs or stoplights or reckless driving. You're going to lose your license for all of those reasons still. What you won't lose your license for is a non-safety related violation. And I appreciate that this changes Connecticut practice. It brings us in line with other states and how they handle this issue. And it has been true in the past that DMV commissioners have been opposed to this idea. But this year it's different. Our DMV commissioner was supportive of this testimony, worked with our former commissioner, worked with an advocacy organization to really highlight the very specific violations that we're talking about here that have no safety consequence. So with that, I'm hoping that folks will support me today, knowing that I have not yet figured out how to handle the consequence for failure to appear. With that, yes, sorry, Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Labriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question. And it's the merits of the bill certainly are there. My question is, if we're not charging the restoration fee, weren't those fees the fees that were going into SB 185, the school seatbelts? So
Yes, there are.
would be moving forward.
That is a good question. SB 185, which is the school bus safety account, which we use to help communities pay for the inclusion of seatbelts on school buses. That is funded by this license restoration fee. This would negatively impact that fund, no doubt about it. We're still going to have people whose licenses are suspended. We'll still have people who have their license suspended for for safety related violations who lose their license due to accumulation of points or DUIs and other issues. And they would still have to pay that restoration fee. But yes, we would have less money available in that account that still is pretty well funded to this date. So we'd have less money available in that account. And frankly, my chair and I might disagree on this one. I think it's worth a trade. I think it's worth a trade for you.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I have expressed my concern on it, but I will support it today at a committee. And we just, if we could look at the numbers, because I know a lot of dollars were going into the fund from this. So, but we'll continue to work on it and move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wong, Representative Labriola, Representative O'Day.
I'm happy to defer to Representative Labriola, who was ahead of me, please.
I'm almost certain Representative Labriola is going to give me some ideas, frankly. So I'm ready. I got my pen ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to give you some ideas. Yeah, perhaps we can talk about this as this bill moves forward, because as written, I don't think it's the right way to go. There have to be some consequences for somebody who just doesn't go to court or doesn't pay their fines. I can speak from 37 years of experience in Connecticut's courts, criminal courts. I can't speak to other states. So that's a problem that, we particularly have to figure out. How do we handle the case when somebody's license is suspended because they didn't pay the ticket in Virginia or some other state? That is a tough problem, because you're right, there's a cascading set of consequences that happen to somebody when their license is suspended. But in Connecticut, as it's been for as long as I've been around, is the case that if you don't pay a fine for, let's say, a speeding ticket, and for the purpose of my comments was call them all speeding tickets because they're usually speeding tickets. If you don't pay the fine, your license gets suspended. Or if you don't go to court, your license gets suspended. But, the problem that I think you're attempting to solve is, what about the person who can't afford the fine? Well, they're given an opportunity to file an indigency affidavit so that they don't have to pay the fine before the fine is imposed. They're allowed to do that. If after the fine is imposed, they're unable to pay, then they're still able to file such an affidavit. And the other thing is that when a person has to go to court and they know they can't make it to court and they have a reason why they can't go to court, something's coming up, they can file a motion to try to continue the case or not go to court. Or if they don't go to court for some emergency, they can, after the fact, file a motion to explain why they didn't go to court. So there are things that you could do if your issue is that you can't afford the fine or you can't make it to court. You could have been responsible and try to let the court know why you're unable to pay the fine or why you're unable to go to court, either before or after that court date or the fine was imposed. So it's really a matter of responsibility. And what we can't do, my God, we can't send a message that if you want to speed, come to Connecticut, because if you don't go to court, no problem, no consequence. If you don't pay the fine, no problem, no consequence whatsoever. I mean, that's obviously not the direction we want to go when we know how speed kills on the highways. We can't have it be that, don't worry about it. You could speed as much as you want. You don't even have to go to court. And if you do go to court and you get a fine, you don't have to pay it. There's no consequence whatsoever. So if we get a situation where a person doesn't go to court, theoretically, under the current law, the courts could send out a warrant for that person's arrest. But that would be even way more of an absurd result, because now you've got an arrest warrant for a person who didn't go to court in Connecticut. Again, addressing just Connecticut. You didn't go to court. Now there's an arrest warrant for failure to appear. Now you get arrested for that. If you do that enough, you're going to end up having a bond you can't even post. Now you're sitting in prison for not paying the speeding ticket. It's a ridiculous result. So clearly there has to be some other mechanism for some consequence other than just eliminate all suspensions for not paying a fine or all suspensions for not going to court. This can't be the result. For that reason, I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you. And I do appreciate, I mean, I think that's clearly, and this is something I'm passionate about trying to figure out this year. And I will gladly acknowledge I can't quite figure out how to handle it on the back end. And we're going to be looking at how other states handle this, because it isn't the case that this is how it's handled in most other states. So you don't suspend for failure to appear or inability to pay. And again, there wouldn't be no consequence. You'd still accumulate license points on your license. You'd still have the necessary consequences of that speeding ticket. You'd still have it on your record. There'd still be increased insurance costs. There'd still be a series of collateral consequences for someone who's speeding in Connecticut. You just wouldn't get suspended for a failure to pay. Gosh, I don't know if I can be any more clear. I'm looking for ideas. So David, I mean, sorry, Representative Lario, I'm more than willing to work with you to think through it. Because I haven't quite gotten to that answer yet. But I do recognize that over 50% of the license suspensions in our state come from 10 zip codes. And I don't think it's because people in those 10 zip codes just drive worse than everyone else. I do think there's more behind that. And that's the issue I'm trying to get to. And I think you're trying to get there too. And I think I can benefit from some of your thought on the process. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my good colleague, Yale graduate from Oxford, said it better than I can. My concerns about the bill, you know, if you're talking about something out of state, an out of state speeding or some other ticket, you know, that's one thing. But if the person can't afford a ticket for $100 or $200, can they afford insurance? I mean, at the end of the day, I'd rather them not be driving if they're not paying insurance and paying for a ticket than driving without insurance. So, you know, I am happy to work with you. I just had the same concerns as my good colleague just articulated them. You know, I have an Easy Pass registered in New Jersey because I spent a lot of time in Jersey. We don't have tolls here, so I didn't buy one in Connecticut. I bought one in Jersey, and it doesn't always register. So I owe like $250 because of the toll not registering with my Easy Pass, and I'm furious about it. My wife wants to pay it. I'm like, no, I'm appealing it because we had the Easy Pass. So ultimately, it's probably either paid already. My wife paid it without telling me, but so I hear you on one level. Like, I don't want somebody's license suspended for something that was unfairly given to them and they haven't had a chance to fight it, something along those lines. But the argument that we're going to not enforce fines or penalties in Connecticut on Connecticut residents because they can't afford the $100 or $200, and they're not paying. If they're not paying for that, they're not paying for insurance, which I think is worse. So I'd rather them not be driving. So in any event, happy to work with you on it, but I'm going to vote no at this point. Thank you.
Understood. Any other questions or concerns today, Representative Turco?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the intent of this bill, and I think it's a good one, that we don't want somebody because of a, you mentioned this was not for major safety issues. So for more minor infractions to then have their license suspended and not be able, because they can't pay, not be able to, use their car to go to work and pick up their kids and everything they need to do with a license. So I think the intent is good there, but I'm concerned with the accountability part of this too. These fines that somebody was given is because they were doing something wrong. They were committing some sort of infraction or violation. Maybe one of the concerns I have is a lot of these vehicles, like constituent complaints that have these exhaust systems that have been installed and they're illegal. And maybe they cause extra pollution, but they definitely cause a lot of noise violations, or tinted windows that are way too dark and dangerous for the driver or for passengers and other people on the roadways. And then if you get a fine for those things and there's no real incentive to have to pay it because you won't get your license suspended, I feel like that sends the wrong message to the individual. They don't have real accountability. So I really appreciate you mentioning we need to figure out a way without having to take away their license because they can't pay, because they're really strapped for funds and they're trying to feed their family. We got to figure out another way of having increased accountability. Maybe I heard another state maybe does community service, something like that. So perhaps there are alternatives. So I'll support the bill today, get it out of the committee. I like the intent, and I'm glad that we'll have more conversations and see if we could make even a better policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to give my comments on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Turco. Seeing no other comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, House Bill 5331. Senator Cohen,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javallo,
Burger Javala votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
No.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho, Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio's a no.
Representative Denning, Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston, yes.
Representative Khanna.
Khanna's a yes.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote, please?
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Senator Martin, Representative Michaud,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin Bello,
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman,
Needleman votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Representative Sims, I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat your vote, please?
Rep. Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Turco votes yes.
Representative Salzowski.
No.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're running out of steam, at least I am, but just be thankful we're not in public health or GAE, it sounds like today, which are on number 12 of 184, number 25 of 91. It's rough days ahead. Let's take number 12 on our agenda. It's SB 281, JFS 3064. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Senator Wong. The bill before us seeks to address something we thought of as somewhat of a deficiency in the public hearing process that we undertake when there's service changes to public transportation. Department of Transportation complies and goes forward with a federal obligation to have public hearings in a variety of locations at a variety of times when there's service changes to public transportation. But it may not meet the needs of where people are now, and it may not get to where we think as a legislative body, DOT and the state should go when they make these important changes. Senator Wong was the original introducer of this bill. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is, as we do so many of the bills that come out committee, we collaborate on it. And I want to thank the leadership for it. But this is a great example that if this bill was in place, that we would not hopefully be discussing in our first bill today, the restoration of funds, the Shoreline East. We would have a greater opportunity for the community to really voice their concerns as they did in the public hearing. And it is about transparency and accountable for a critical element of our quality of life and economics, and that is our rail transit system. So I urge support, and I want to thank the leadership for the initiative. And I'm reminded that, if we had these kind of public transparency hearings, we would be much better served, and perhaps we wouldn't even be discussing the Shoreline East restoration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other comments. Mr. Clerk, can I please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 281, LCO number 3064. Senator Cohen.
Yes.
Representative Lamar.
Yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Dravallo.
Berger Dravallo votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Wong votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal. Representative Bronco.
Yes.
Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabral.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Chalesky.
Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't quite catch that.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dancho. Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning. Representative Farrar. Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vahey. Representative Mara. Senator Martin. Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes in the affirmative.
Representative Morinbello.
Lauren Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
O'Day, yes.
Senator Austin. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Turco votes yes.
Representative Zaustowski.
Yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. That will conclude the bills that we call for today. There's two bills on our agenda for today that we will reserve for Wednesday's meeting. With an hour left for folks to vote, we're going to keep the votes open until 5:15 p.m., either online or in the clerk's office. And with that, we are in recess until 5:15 p.m. when votes will be closed.
Hello, Mr. Clerk.
Representative Conley, how are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. All right, let me just go through all your votes real quick. I need your vote for item number 2, Senate Bill 186 JFS.
I vote yes.
Next item is item number 4, JFS SB 185.
I vote yes.
Next item number 5, House Bill 5328 JFS.
Conley, yes.
Next one is item number 6 to JF, House Bill 5329.
Conley, yes.
Thank you. Next one is to JF to the floor, item number 7, House Bill 5057.
Conley, yes.
Next one is to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5330, item 10.
Conley, yes.
All right, Representative, you should be all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Samuel, are you going down the list or you just
Representative
answering?
Sims.
Yes, sir.
All right, Representative Sims, I still need your vote for the first item, 277, SB 277, to JF.
And what was that? What was that bill?
That bill 277 was shoreline use bill.
I'm in the affirmative.
Next bill is item 2, SB 186, an act establishing weight tolerance exemptions for electric commercial vehicles and concerning the regulation of certain pickup trucks.
I'm in the affirmative.
Next one is item number 4, SB 185, and that concerning school buses equipped with seats, safety belts.
In the affirmative.
All right, next item is item number 5, HB 5328. An act concerning automated traffic safety enforcement in work zones and municipalities.
I'm a negative.
Next one is item number 6, to JF, HB 5329, and that concerning road safety audits by the Department of Transportation.
I'm a yes on that, in the affirmative.
All right, Representative, you're all set.
Awesome. Have a great day.
You too. Representative. You can go first. Representative Steinberg,
Yes, please. I think I only have the first vote, but I'm not sure.
yes, let me just go through your votes real quick. 1 second. Steinberg, I still need your vote for the first item, Shoreline East, SB 277.
I vote yes.
I still need your vote for item number 2, SB 186.
I vote yes.
Well, I just want to double.
You're all set, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
You're welcome. Representative Khanna.
I think I was either there for all of them. I don't, but I just want to double check before I log
No
off.
problem. No problem. Let me double check for you. Khanna check, 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 Khanna check. You are all set, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Senator Gaston.
Hello, Mr. Clerk. I just wanted to double check, make sure I got all the votes in.
Sure thing, sure thing. 1 second. Senator Gaston, I need your vote for the first item, SB 277 to J up to the floor.
Yes.
Gaston. Also, I need your vote for item number 2 to JFS to the floor, SB 186.
Yes.
Next item was to JFS to the floor, SB 185.
Yes.
Next item is item number 5 to JFS to the floor, HB 5328.
Yes.
Next item is to JF to the floor, 5329.
Yes.
You're all set, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Take care.
You too. Senator Cabrera.
Hey, Mr. Clerk, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
So I still need your vote for the first item, item 1, SB 277.
Hey, Senator Cabrera is a yes.
Okay, next item is next vote was item number 2, SB 186, JFS.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next vote was to JFS, HB 5328.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is to JF HB 5329.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
You are all set, Senator.
Great. Thank you very much. Talk soon.
Samus, you talk, but I can't hear you just in case.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative, 1 second. Representative Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes. I
Okay, my
am just double
apologies.
checking. Yes.
Okay, Michelle, let me just go through your votes real quick. Michelle, check, check, Michelle, check, Michelle, check, Michelle, check, Michelle, check. You are all set, Representative.
Great. I was unsure. Thank you very much, Mr. Crick.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Representative McCarthy Vahey. Representative McCarthy Vahey, can you hear me? Representative Reyes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, Representative Reyes, let me just go through your votes real quick. Representative Reyes, you are all set.
All set. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Rosario,
Hi, good afternoon.
how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Representative, let me go through your votes real quick. Okay, so I need your vote for the first item, which is to jail to the floor, SB 277.
I vote in the affirmative.
Next vote is to JFS the floor, SB 186.
I vote in the affirmative on that as well.
Next item is to JFS to the floor, SB 185.
In the affirmative.
Next is to JFS to the floor, HB 5328.
In the affirmative.
Okay. Next is to JF to the floor, 5329.
In the affirmative.
And next is to JFS to the floor, SB 424.
In the affirmative.
Rosario check, Rosario check, Rosario check, Rosario check, Rosario check. Okay, and then the last item was to JFS to the floor, SB 281.
In the affirmative.
Okay, and you were all set.
Thank you so much. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Take care.
it.
Bye-bye.
You too. Representative Dancho.
Hi, I'm here. How are you? Thank you.
Hello. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Better. Seen better days. I think I need to
So
go home.
yes, so the first item was to JF to the floor, SB 277.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JFS to the floor, SB 186.
186 is a no.
Next item is to JFS to the floor, SB 185.
No.
Chosen. Oh, gotcha. Next item is to JFS to the floor, HB 5328.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JF to the floor, HB 5329.
That's a yes.
And then the next item is to JFS to the floor, SB 424.
Did we skip 50, 57?
57. We have 57, I believe, was a little bit later down the list.
Oh, all right, you're doing it. I'm looking at my
Yes.
order. Sorry. So
No
420,
worries.
424.
424.
That's gonna
Yes.
be a no.
No. Next item is to JFS to the floor, SB 423.
No.
No. And next is to JF to the floor, HB 5057.
57. That's no. That's the drive only licenses, right?
Next item is to JFS to the floor, HB 5330.
No.
Next is to JF to the floor, HB 5331.
No.
And then last one is to JFS to the floor, SB 281.
281 is a yes.
And with that, Representative, you should be all set. 1 second.
So we skipped 2 of them, right? So
There were two items that we decided to hold until the next meeting.
till Wednesday. Okay, perfect.
All right, Representative, you're all set.
Yeah, good.
You're welcome. Representative McCarthy Behe, Representative Denny, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Representative, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? You're doing a great
I'm
job
d-
today, I have to tell you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, I had to step away from a meeting, so where are we?
No worries. Okay, Denning, I need your vote for.
Have high rates of opioid usage and account for approximately 10% of drug overdose deaths.
All right, first one is to JF to the floor, HB 5057.
Yes.
Another issue is accidental consumption of opioids by young children who have access
Next is to JFS to the floor, HB 5330.
that less
Say yes also.
children also dispose of leftover opioids following surgery, which suggests that
Next item is to JF to the floor, HB 5331.
I agree, yes.
steroid drug deactivation bags provide a safe, easy, and
And then last one is to JFS to the floor, SB 281.
Yes.
Okay, and with that, you are all set, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
by working together, we can make meaningful progress towards resolving
All right. Representative McCarthy Behe? Representative McCarthy Behe, can you hear me?
Mr. Clerk, are you available?
Representative, how are you?
Hello.
Can you hear
Thank you. I believe I need to vote on each of the bills.
Yeah. Yes. So the first bill was to the first item was to J it to the floor SB 277.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Second vote was to JFS to the floor item number 2 SB 186.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was JFS to the floor SB 185.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was to JFS to the floor HB 5328.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay, next was JF to the floor HB 5329.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next is JFS to the floor FB 424.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was JFS to the floor SB 423.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was JF to the floor HB 5057.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was JFS to the floor HB 5330.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Next was JF to the floor HB 5331.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
And lastly was JFS to the floor SB 281.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
And you are all set, Representative.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Senator Needleman? Hi, Senator.
Yeah, I got you now, Sam. I can't see. So
Oh,
I'm fly- I'm
no
flying-
worries.
What?
No
So
worries. You're rocking the shades though.
I'm a yes on every bill, except I want to comment that I am also waiting for more information on the blood alcohol bill, because I'm not sure, that I'm satisfied that that's necessarily the best idea, but I want to vote yes to get it out of committee.
Okay. So, but that's a yes on every item on the agenda that was voted on today.
Yes,
Okay.
everything that I missed,
That's
because I got a couple.
yes. 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 Understood. Yes. 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 Okay, Senator, you are all set. Thank you.
Lots, Tim. Take care.
Thank you. Feel better. You're welcome.
Thanks.